Sylvie skin, Sylvie your skin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage.
We will be back with the new season of the Maltese Championship in 2022.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is the city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game.
Well, the phone is always ringing, I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger, remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted and never
Welcome everybody to the semi-final of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin, the very first stage of 3 Grand Prix tournaments, which has reached the knockout stage to determine the winners of the first tournament and also the real candidates for the last 2 remaining spots in the FIDE Candidates tournament. Together today with you will be Women FIDE Master Ellen Nilssen, and I'm Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans.
It's great to be here. And don't forget, everyone, that we are reading all the chats out there, Twitch, YouTube, and Chess24. So, of course, as always, if there is anything you want to know, if you have any questions, please let us know. Of course, we can't reply to all of them, but we will definitely do our best. And besides that, of course, today we only have 2 games, the semifinal games between Hikaru Nakamura, Richard Rapport, and Levon Aronian against Lenier Dominguez, this all-American matchup, meaning that we will also maybe take it a bit more slow today, really have the chance to dig deep into these games. And as you can see here, the semifinal consists of a little mini match between the players Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces in the first game against Rapport, and then they switch colors, and Rapport with the I'm sorry, it's his 4 games.
It's first game, of course, is Hikaru against Rapport with white pieces, and then they switch colors. Then it's going to be Rapport against Hikaru, which is tomorrow, and tiebreaks if necessary.
Yeah, sorry, I got a little bit confused. There are so many American flags for me, so I no, this is actually the reason, because first I thought that it was just the same 4 games, but then yeah, I realized never mind. Let's keep on going. Here you see how it is all tied together. Of course, we had the pools, and now we have reached the semifinals. 2 mini matches consisting of 2 games with different colors for each player. The winners will go into the finals also with a mini match to be played.
Yep, and yesterday we were witnesses of 2 amazing tiebreaks, which turned to be a bit short than expected. Again, let us remind you, it was Lenier Dominguez who beat his countryman Wesley, so rather convincingly won half point against half a point, thus qualifying for a semifinal against Levon Aronian. And also Richard Rapport had his vengeance and was able to beat Radek Wojtaszek in a very interesting first game, stroke endgame, and then with white, he was able to seal the deal and thus qualify for the semifinal. I dare to say 2 great comebacks, both from Rapport and Dominguez, and they're here in semifinal.
Yeah, I really think that Rapport winning on demand with the black pieces and then winning against in the semifinal, it was definitely great to watch after that interview when he was so sad. But Arturs, I want to speak a little bit to you about the mini match kind of format. I don't know how many mini matches you've played yourself, but can you tell me a little bit about it? Which color would you prefer to start with, and who do you think could be the favorites in these mini matches?
Yeah, that's a very tough question, obviously. There's only 2 games, 2 classical games, so this means this match will be very short. And I would expect that there is going to be difference comparing with the pool matches. Why? Because in the pool matches, we had 4 players in every single pool, and only 1 player would qualify for the semifinal. Thus, also, which was mentioned by Alexander Grishuk in one of the earlier interviews, you have to take a lot of risks in order to fight for the first place. Sometimes they wouldn't really pay off, but anyway, now this is the semifinal, and this is completely something else. There's going to be a match strategy, so there's no need to force to play for the win. So I would expect that the games could mostly be a bit careful. I mean, trying to seek out the weak spots of the opponent. If nothing works, okay, draw is fine, maybe even the white color, and then come back next day, regroup, or maybe even the tie breaks. About the favorites, it's really difficult to tell. I mean, on paper, if you see the ratings, Richard Rapport technically is an ELO favorite, but I mean, we all know really that Hikaru was a 28th level player, and he's been inactive for a couple of years due to his streaming career. So I'm not really sure that Richard is even a favorite here. Maybe slight advantage to Hikaru, who has also been showing really wonderful chess, but something like maybe 55 to 45. I mean, I don't think it's really more. For Levon, he is a favorite against Dominguez, but still, it's only 2 games and very short distance.
Yeah, indeed. I've played a few mini matches myself not so long ago. They were rapid mini matches and they were in a team, but I actually found it a bit more comfortable to start with the black pieces, because then you knew that you would always have the chance to eventually play for a win with the white pieces in the next game if all went wrong. And if everything went as well as you wanted it to, then you felt a bit more comfortable going into the second game. We have started, or the players have started the round. Hikaru here going for 1d4, whereas, you know, all these players, they can play it all, but I feel like Hikaru, he has been playing quite a bit of d4 in this tournament.
Yeah, he likes it. And while we are seeing really peaceful continuation in the very first game, I already see a lot of firework happening in the game of Aronian against Dominguez. They're blitzing out the moves. So I would expect that instead of looking at the first 3 moves of Richard Rapport against Hikaru Nakamura, I guess we're in the first check. What is this really? This looks like something crazy is happening here. Queen's Gambit accepted.
Queen's Gambit accepted, and these games, they can turn incredibly wild. I am just going to check though, because this looks like something which was played in like earlier in the tournament. So let me just see if I can quickly look this up in my database.
Yeah. All right. This must be a theory. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure about this particular line, but a4 c6, again, one of the most aggressive ways to continue this. So black accepts the pawn on c4, and the idea usually is not only to keep the pawn on c4, but maybe seek the right moment to give it back. So white lays e4 immediately, grabbing the center, trying to grab back the pawn with bishop c4. Black has, again, a couple of ways to continue here. There's move knight f6, there's move e5, there's move b5. So all of these moves look perfectly playable. Of course, you don't want to play something like b takes on a4, because white will simply recapture the pawn on c4 and then the a4 pawn will fall. Here, knight c3, so a6 would be knight takes on b5, and the rook on a8 hangs, although this is playable. But queen b6, knight e5, queen b7, this was played very fast by both players, so maybe very quickly I'll show that knight a6 is not very good, because rook a6, there's going to be a fork on c7. So e5 was very quickly played by Dominguez, bishop e5, knight e7, attacking the bishop. Bishop goes back, the fork on c7 remains. So knight f6 here, black sacrifices the exchange. You know, Ellen, has this been played before, really? Because I'm totally surprised.
Well, I knew I remembered this kind of position from somewhere, and it was because in the recently played Tata Steel, we had a game between Jan Krzysztof Duda and Sergei Karyakin, where they played this line with 6 queen b6. And although this line with 6 queen b6 isn't played that often, mostly played is bishop d7 on the 6th move, or a6. This queen b6, it was a draw between Duda and Karyakin. But I am sure, you know, when it happens that top level players, they play a line in a serious tournament game, then all the other players, they go home and they take a look at it. And for sure, Levon and Lemire, they know about the Duda Karyakin game. But they did deviate because on move 7, Levon went for knight d5 instead of bishop e2, as Duda did in the game with Sergey or with Karyakin. And, you know, when you're a top level player, you have to be prepared. If you're playing this line, you have to know what happens if my opponent goes for this knight d5, bishop f4. You can't just say, oh, they will probably play what was played the most recently. But we have some very strong players who has played this line. We can mention Pragnanana, who played this line against Sanshaya Abdulmalik in 2021.
Yeah, this is the chess of the highest level. Definitely both players are perfectly happy to go here. So what is perhaps the fallout from all the tactics here? Knight e2, queen a8. Black has sacrificed an exchange for what? It's exchange for a pawn, right? Very quickly calculating 3-2.
Yeah, very very quickly just counting.
Yeah, so you cannot easily develop the bishop on f1 because the pawn on g2 is under attack. So f3 is an ugly move. Normally, you wouldn't want to make it, but still it closes this long diagonal, and you want to proceed with development with moves something like knight c3 or knight g3, bishop e2, and just try to escape with the king. But listen, this is crazy. This is completely crazy. I mean, also the black king's on b8.
Yeah, and I was thinking you were just saying this about the move knight to e2. We're having a bit of difficulties developing the bishop on f1. So maybe we should take a few steps back, because in the game it was queen takes e4 and knight e2, which was played. And I was thinking maybe we should take a look at what happens if black plays bishop to e2 instead, because then if white plays bishop e2, black can capture both the knight on a8 or the bishop on f4. But I was thinking that if black decides to take the bishop, we always have to look out for rook takes a7 stuff. And if a capture on g2 happens, then bishop f3, with white definitely being in the driver's seat. So let's try to maybe find out why this wasn't the option that Levon wanted to go for.
Yeah, probably we'll start that there's no queen g2, right? Queen g2, there's bishop f3. Queen a8 doesn't really make a lot of sense, because this is clearly an improvement if we compare to that position where our bishop is standing here, right? Otherwise, you play knight e2 f3, it looks weird. So I would assume that after bishop e2, black's idea indeed is to take the bishop here on f4, trying to go after the knight on a8, which now has no easy ways to escape. So it's a very good point. Rook takes here, and there might be some problems, I guess, with maybe at some point a knight e4. So there's a direct scholar's mate threat. Not sure if that's really a scholar's mate. Technically, it's not a bishop and a queen. So this is threatening a mate. Let's say knight f3, bishop b4 check, king f1, queen b8, maybe bishop b7. This is an incredibly complicated position.
Incredibly complicated, but I would also be favoring black in that position. The white pieces, they seemed very uncomfortable, very uncoordinated. And with the knight on a8 hanging, the rook on a7 being the only piece to protect the knight, which had difficulties coming out, I would guess that knight e2 is actually the only move in the position. And now this is giving me, I don't know if this is maybe a little bit of a weird comparison, but I just remember this game so vividly, and I don't know if you do. Probably you do. The game between Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana from the candidates in the first round. It was a Catalan where Fabiano, he also sacrificed an exchange on a8 in order to get some bishop pair compensation. And I feel like it's kind of the same thing that we're seeing here without being the exact same thing. Black has a bishop pair and some very nice compensation for the exchange, but nevertheless, it is an exchange.
Are you relating to this move, a6?
No. It wasn't the same opening at all. It was
the same. Okay, I slightly mixed it up because I thought you were relating to this idea, which is also possible to play a6. Then there's this idea, sacrifice the exchange the other way. And after bishop b7, rook goes away, you play bishop e4. And again, it's quite typical. Exchange for a pawn. There's an outpost on d5, but this time at least black and castle.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
No, it was a Catalan. I was just trying to compare with some of the same ideas and some of the same kind of compensation that you see, because for many players it can be really difficult playing with this exchange down. And when we're first learning chess, we're learning that the rook is so much better than a piece. But then when we start to understand the game more, we find out that in certain positions, the rook actually isn't as strong as the piece.
Mm-hmm.
So this kind of unbalance is always difficult to figure out, much as any other unbalances.
Right.
And sometimes it really also depends on what kind of player you are. For example, in this position, I would probably prefer the black pieces because I just see so many dynamic possibilities with the bishop pair, though the king on d8 not being able to castle, whereas it's probably white who has to try to consolidate the position here and prove that it's just an extra exchange.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna try to find what oh, sorry about this. I'm gonna try to find what's been played against Dominguez before. But first, let's maybe have a look, just a glimpse, what is happening in the other game against Hikaru Nakamura against Richard Rapid, and I'll try to have a picture what usually Dominguez plays, what might have been Aronian's idea in his preparation against Dominguez.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the position. Oh yeah, so here in the game between Hikaru and Richard Rapport, this is actually a variation which has been played many, many times. And when you're white here, you really have to look out for a trick, because a very natural move in this position could be to go knight f3, but you have to be careful of knight f4, which would attack the pawn on g2, attack the bishop on d3. So when you're, for example, if knight f3 by white in this position and knight f4, then white would probably lose the light square bishop or having to go back to f1. And this can be a little bit uncomfortable. So instead, players in the position on the board, they usually go for knight e2, because then there isn't any knight f4. But both knight e2 or bishop e2 are possible moves.
No, I think actually this entire idea of white is not really rushing with knight e2 or knight f3. Is there are two different plans, because knight e2 usually is somehow linked with f3 e4 ideas. And then depending where the king is in the castle, maybe short side, maybe long side. A knight f3 is more like the conventional way to play, with the idea to play short castle, or maybe with a long castle as well as possible. But if the short castle, a3, b4, b5, try to get the weaknesses for creating the weaknesses at the queen side. Knight h5 is a very typical way for black to trade away this dark square bishop. So that, let's say, if you play something standard like h6, of course, black is not really interested to play bishop f6. White, he's going to play bishop h4. And then again, depending on the situation, it could be a knight f3 or knight e2. So knight h5 is like forcing the trade. And I think one of the, once again, typical ideas for black is play knight f6, g6, knight g7, and bishop f5, trading away this bishop.
Mm-hmm.
But listen, yes. Ellen, I checked very quickly what might have been Aronian's preparation. And it's a surprise, actually, because after d-takes on c4, the queen's gambit accepted e4. Dominguez has played 15 times. Every single time he played e5.
Aha, that is interesting.
This was his main response every single game. So I would expect, if I'm Aronian and I'm having this, what was it, almost 1 day, 2 days for preparation, I would expect that he prepared for both Dominguez and Wesley. So he tried to have a picture what it might, where the game might be heading, so that he has at least some time advantage to set up, choose the opening. And he probably saw that Dominguez is going 100% for e5. So we can only guess which game he was preparing to play for. Maybe there's, again, a couple of ways to play after e5. There's this gambit with knight f3, bishop c4. Maybe he had some very original idea. And there you go. Dominguez suddenly fired b5, something which he had, at least according to the database, never played before. So this must have been slight surprise to Aronian, and yet he didn't show it. He was bombarding the moves immediately. A4, c6. Knight. There was a lot of blitzing move here. Unbelievable.
And that actually leads me to my next question. How big of a difference do you think it is between having to play the tiebreaks yesterday and having that extra free day? Because as you were saying, Levon, he did win his pool very, very comfortably. And he didn't have to play the tiebreaks yesterday, whereas Lemire Dominguez had to play against Wesley So.
It's interesting question, because assuming that Dominguez is physically fit, he shouldn't be really tired. Maybe, okay, he has been playing 1 week in a row. So Aronian maybe is more fresh, but he's been essentially having 2 free days. I mean, this short draw against Dubov doesn't really count, that he had official free day when everybody was fighting the tiebreaks yesterday. I don't know really how it could affect, but
certainly it's Levon who seems better prepared for this game, having 1 hour 36 and 44 seconds on his clock. I think that's an insane amount of time. Levon, as I know at least, he's the kind of player who, if he's in prep, he will blitz out the moves. I don't know if he's much of a bluffer, you can say, maybe, in case that sometimes.
Levon?
Yeah, do you know?
No, I don't think so. I think Levon is very known for original ideas, but just outright bluff in the opening, he doesn't really seem the type.
He's just blitzing so fast, and I've kind of noticed this, that whenever he's in prep, whenever he's prepared something really good, he will not think for a single second. He will get that time on the clock, those extra seconds, maybe to intimidate his opponents more, or maybe just to gain a little bit of extra time. Yeah,
1 hour 36. Indeed, that shows he is within the preparation. So far, Dominguez has made the normal moves. We don't really know what's the backstory here, because they are essentially the teammates of the same national team. And it might as well be maybe some kind of a brainchild of together brainstorming. You never know. There might be some backstory why exactly this variation was chosen. I'm really surprised that Dominguez immediately picked up this super sharp continuation, because I said in the beginning that I would expect that the semifinals, okay, this is the match strategy, only 2 games, short distance, you want to take it short, you want to take it quiet and slow, and boom, this happens. So this is definitely a big surprise for me, but I guess we're going to find it out. Structurally wise, Black looks fine. He has exchange for a pawn, which maybe is slight material loss, but he has this very nice outpost on d5. Something like knight b6, bishop b7. It can be strengthened together with bishop b4. The Black king on d8, it's feeling vulnerable, really. But then again, who is going to target it? So I think here he's just trying to figure out, should I play f6 or bishop e7, try to trade away the bishop? And White also has some weaknesses in his position.
Yeah, and I think it's actually a very interesting question, because bishop e7 and f6, they are so strategically different. So whichever move you play, it will really change the course of the game, because f6, of course, a pawn move that you can never take back, pushes the bishop away, but also weakens the e6 square potentially. Maybe at some point the knight could go to f4 and e6. And bishop e7, it trades off a bishop, taking another pair of pieces off the board. also very, very strategically different from f6.
Yep.
Even a move like, I don't know if king c7 to try to delay this decision a little bit is possible, but there are certainly a few options in this position that Lanier has to think about. And, you know, I'm wondering, how much do you think that he thinks about Levon's prep? Because it's clear that Levon is in preparation here. Do you think he's trying to find a way to maybe pick the move that Levon has analyzed the least?
I think Dominguez already could be out of the preparation. There must have been a surprise. I saw a mention in the chat that this might be a correspondence game line. I wouldn't be really surprised, right? Because correspondence chess normally is ahead in over the board chess. Position is very fresh to me. And yeah, I guess Dominguez is just trying to figure out how far exactly Aronian's preparation goes. So if he's already taking so much time, yeah, like I said, I think it's fair to assume that he is out of the book and just trying to work it out. So I think f6 makes perfect sense here.
Actually, I can tell you that 15 bishop g5, I think we can kind of call it a novelty, though maybe not exactly, because the position from 14 f3, I do have 2 games in my database. The black player was the same in both of the games, but one was a Title Tuesday game, whereas the other one was a classical game. One played in December 2021, and the other one in January this year, actually. So not so long ago, where king f2 and both bishop d2 has been played, though bishop g5 is Levon's choice, going out of book and no games in this position so far.
Right. All right. We're gonna see. Maybe it's the king c7, maybe f6, but sooner or later the preparation ends, really, because I find it to be highly unlikely that Aronian was 100% ready that Dominguez is going to do this, unless there's this backstory which we don't know about. Maybe they're working together on the same line, right? I don't really know. And I mean, I like Black's position. If I would have to choose, I really like Black's position. I mean, I understand he's down in exchange, but his position might be simpler to play. So if I'm going to play something like, let's say f6, right? Just push away the bishop. So let's imagine the bishop is going to go, where does it go? Let's say h4, g3, something like this.
Yeah.
I could play, let's say, bishop d6, which makes
sense. What about bishop b4 check, though?
Okay, yeah, sure. Bishop b4 check. Maybe that's even better with a tempo.
Yeah, that was why I was thinking if the bishop had to go to h4 or d2. Because it was, I think, the most recent game, which I find, did have bishop d2. And, you know, we do have the black player being the same one in both of these games. So the player is rated 20-50. But still, you know, I'd suspect that the black player had looked at the position. Yeah, bishop d2 could be to stop bishop b4 check potentially.
Yeah, maybe.
The bishop seems a little bit passive.
All right, but let's just try to imagine where the game could be heading. So let's say bishop d2, bishop c6, and maybe something like knight c3. Now I have problems to defend the pawn. All right, instead of the bishop d6. So what if I do something else? Where was this? Bishop d2. All right, I'm going to start maybe with knight b6 and knight c3. I have problems to defend the pawn. So this knight c3 maybe is a problem. Anyway, let me just show you what I was aiming for. Bishop d6, knight c3. Maybe there's a check at some point. King f2. So I wanted somehow get this position. I don't know how do you get it, really. Something like this. Like this. So let's say we make a lot of moves. We get the king on a fade. And if I see if black achieves this position.
Mhm.
I like it. I like it.
Oh yes, definitely.
Yeah, he has two pawn advantage at the queen side. The pawn on d4 is well blocked by the knight on d5. The bishop on d6 is very active. There could be bishop on b7. White has some dark square weaknesses. The pawn on f3 would feel better standing on f2. But we don't have it yet. We have this position. And I think for black, it could be a bit tricky to reach with the right order this setup. And this is what Dominguez is trying to figure out at the moment right now. And that's why he's thinking here. And maybe he's indeed comparing. King c7 looks a bit risky, Ellen, no? King c7, knight c3, attacking the pawn.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking it was risky. It was just if he was desperate to get Levon out of his prep. Though, as we've also talked about before, it's very important to trust your own calculation over your opponent's home preparation and analysis. So I wouldn't expect that he goes for King c7, as it does seem to be the riskier option with maybe more drawbacks than positive sides. Yeah.
Okay, let's try it again. So let's say f6, bishop d2. So why position the bishop on d2 to have some check ideas, maybe knight c3. Let's say...
Though I will say I do also enjoy the bishop on g3.
I do agree. I do agree about bishop d2. I think this bishop a5 check might be a problem, and also keeping against bishop e4 checks is a reasonable idea, and also protecting the square on e3 against knight e3 jumps. Yeah, of course, it's very natural. But here it could be tricky for black to make the next move. Maybe let's just try to keep the pawn, because I want to play queen c6 so that I don't have to worry about the pawn on a7. There could be this check. It's a bit unpleasant, no? Something like this. And you could really take it. Knight x on d5 is a problem. The king has to move.
I like what you did before with developing the bishop and the rook first.
Yeah, but
because
that was a very, very vague idea. I mean, I was not even sure if that's working like that. This is very, very important moment, because queen b7 would maybe stop from bishop a5 with knight b6, but then again, you want to put the bishop on b7. If you play queen c6, I want to do this and play a6, but then the pawn on a7 is hanging, and maybe you need to sacrifice this. This might be also an idea. For example,
yeah, I was actually going to ask, because the rook on a7 is quite far from play, and you have to be careful that if black could just transfer the queen from c6 to b8, then suddenly there could be a double attack with the rook on a7 and a pawn on h2. But the d4 pawn also being weak, like you have to develop the f1 bishop, and as soon as you move the knight, you always have to look out for a queen b6 attacking the d4 pawn and the a7 rook.
And I think there could be some issues with rook e8, because white is still behind the development. You know, actually, now that I look at this line, this makes perfect sense. So f6, fighting for e5, g5 squares, bishop d2, play queen c6, sacrifice the pawn, and to get a normal setup. So rook a7 would be a huge decision. Something like bishop d6. Let's say, yeah, how do you play here? Knight c3, rook e8, king f2, queen b6 could be a problem.
Yeah, and yeah,
Something
it could actually just be a problem.
Yeah. Something like this. You know, I cannot jump into Aronian's mind what he has prepared. I'm totally out of the book here. Tell you honestly, I already saw this one. I was like, what? What is this? This is not how you play chess every day. And I was just stunned that they just blitzed it out. So there must be some kind of a backstory. Yeah, probably have seen this recent game. And when you see such a topical line at the highest level, you immediately work on it. One of them has his own ideas, like Aronian, and Dominguez has his own ideas, and this is essentially a clash of analysis.
Yeah,
all right, but
and
anyway.
I just wanted to quickly mention something else that I really liked about your queen c6 move, and that is in case white does not take the pawn on a7, the queen is just so much better on c6 than it is on potentially the b7 square or somewhere else where you had to move the queen before getting the chance to play a6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but then again, if white doesn't take the pawn, because this is not so easy, by the way, taking this pawn on a7, and he plays something else like what? I mean, I don't know, g3, a6, bishop g2, then we get this perfect setup from black, which I once again really, really like, because at some point white might push, find a good moment to play b3, get something like this, but the d4 pawn is well blocked, and black is looking for potential two passers, assuming the endgame is going to come. But there's so many pieces on the board, so it's very difficult to evaluate. I see, of course, the bar, by the way. Yeah, the bar says white is slightly better. You know what it means? It means nothing. Literally nothing. The game is so sharp.
And I see someone in the YouTube chat mentioning that the exchange sack in this variation is actually in Sopiko Kuramshvili's Chessable course.
Was it the exchange sack or b5?
With the exchange sack, I think.
I saw it as well, but I was not sure if this exact line is in the course. Oh, that would be something, of course.
Yeah. Definitely. Maybe not this exact position on the board, but probably I would guess including 13, queen 6, a8.
But even here, queen c6 is not mandatory. I could play bishop d6, and after bishop a5 check, I can play the same knight b6.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, maybe this is even more human. Why do you want to give up the pawn on a7 for unclear consequences? There's the weakness on e3, so white still needs to finish development. Yeah, okay, listen, very difficult to tell. Could be bishop e7, could be f6, maybe after f6 there's something else, another move which we are missing. I guess we're going to find it out, right?
Yeah, definitely. And with linear thinking, maybe we should go back to the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Rapport, because I also saw some people mentioning in the chats that Hikaru is actually following a line which he has lost in before. Though I will say this is quite a normal line that the two players they're playing. I believe that my dad once a long time ago told me that this variation was called Cambridge Springs because he wanted me to play it with the black pieces. But this variation, now I really like Hikaru's g4 move, but maybe we should take it a little bit slower from the beginning and then come back here and explain why g4 is a nice move.
Yeah, let's do that. All right, c takes. Usually this is the start of rather quiet line because white wants to play either bishop f4 or bishop g5. If you put the bishop g4, bishop g5 or f4 early, you might have to reckon with either d takes on c4 or c5. So that's why white removes the tension from the center, opens black's light square bishop, but creates the spin and also gives black a bit more difficult ways to challenge white's pawn on d4.
Mm-hmm.
So c6, queen c2, early move here, e3. White once again wants to play early bishop d3 and then choose either knight f3 or knight e2, depending on how the opponent is going to play. Knight e7, bishop d3, knight h5. This already explained. What is the idea? Because black wants to trade one pair of bishops here. Long castle. This is, by the way, a very trendy move lately because white usually hides the king somewhere on b1 and a1 and then tries to play either at the queen side with the semi-open c file or maybe think about f3 or e4. Knight b6, h3. Yeah, so black is preparing exactly this idea, which I mentioned to you, put the knight on g7 and play bishop f5. Knight f3, knight g7, g4 stops the bishop trade because, once again, if white allows it, and he plays something like, let's say, I don't know, king b1, right? I'm going to play bishop f5, trade, and now if I'm going to play g4, knight e6, this is a typical Carlsbad structure where the knight on d6 protects every important square. It's like an octopus on d6, standing really well, guarding all the weaknesses, and black has nothing to worry about. So white has this sort of good bishop against the bad bishop, because this bishop is having the same color as black's 6 other pawns. So it really makes sense for white to limit its activity and avoid the trade. Bishop e6, I guess Robert also wants to castle long, because if he's not going to do it and play, let's say, after king b1, short castle, now that could be very risky, because white could simply prepare to play h4, h5, open the h file, and eventually somehow find a way to start a very deadly attack. So bishop e6, once again, is also a preparation for a long castle.
Yeah, and this position now I misclicked in my database. Oh, no, I have it right here again. This position with g4 and bishop e6 has actually been seen 95 times approximately from what I can just see. Also some very, very strong players playing this line. And with the bishop on e6, black is definitely looking to play knight c4. The most normal move, king b1, just a preparatory move. You almost always play the king to b1 because it's just much safer there in case black is ever going to break open the position with a move like c5. But black has ideas of a5, a4 also, especially with the knight on c4. But probably, as you said, black will castle queenside, because the pawns on the king side, they are quite far advanced, and you have to be a little bit careful about not getting checkmated.
Yep. And by the way, I checked what they have played before. Hikaru cannot be 100% ready for this line, because they have played classical games, let me check, 3 times before.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, it was in first game in 2014, Tata Steel, where Hikaru was victorious with black. Then the second game was in 2017, Sharjah FIDE Grand Prix, where Nakamura beat Rapid with the white color. And then the last game in Gibraltar, 2018, it was draw. Once again, Nakamura played with white. And they played it something else, because, for example, in the Sharjah Grand Prix, they started d4, d5, c4, and knight c6. So Rapid was trying to surprise his opponent, and didn't really work, because Hikaru got an excellent position with a 2-bishop advantage and a strong center right after the opening. So Rapid's experiment didn't quite work. And in the other game in Gibraltar, they started to play something more solid. It was knight f3, knight f6, g3, b6, which turned out to be the Queen's Indian, d4, e6, and the game finished in a draw. So this time, Rapid played something more solid, and he is known for the romantic chess approach. So I suspect that, of course, Hikaru knows this line, but he was not probably ready that it might happen in this game.
And you know what, Arturs? I just found out that this position on the board, even with knight e2, we can trace it back all the way to 1988, and you will never guess who was on the white side and who was on the black side of this position. Maybe you will.
Garry Kasparov for white?
Yes, indeed.
I'm a black. Anatoly Karpov?
No, not quite. That one was also a little bit more tricky, but world champion also. Former world champion.
Vishy Anand?
No, I'm testing your chess history a little bit
here.
Like,
yeah, in 1988. There's so many champions. I know, no idea. Please tell me.
Vasily Smyslov.
Smyslov, okay, that would be my 10th guess, maybe.
So this position right here has been played all the way back to 1988 between two of the greatest players ever. And it was actually quite a short game. So I don't know if you just want to take a quick look at it.
Yes, please show.
Okay, so in this position, we had castles.
Long castle.
Yes, long castles. Knight f4, king b8, bishop e2, knight e8, knight d2.
Yeah. Once again, this knight e8 is a very nice idea because the knight on g7 has served its purpose. So black can no longer position the bishop on f5. So the knight goes to d6. And this is a common knowledge for the Cosbit structure, that the knight on d6 always feels really great. And don't be fooled sometimes by the engines, because engines simply don't understand these kinds of positions. They give white slight advantage in the engine language, sometimes 0.4, 0.5, but there's just no easy way to capitalize on this as the position is closed. And that's why it's so popular. All right, so how the game progressed?
We got knight d2, knight d6,
yep,
h4, bishop c8, knight b3, knight e4, bishop f3, and after the next move f5, the players agreed to a draw.
What tournament was it?
It was the URS 55th championship in Moscow.
Soviet Championships.
Yeah.
All right, so that was the final. Okay, I'm surprised, to be honest, that it was a quick draw, especially with Kasparov with white, but maybe which round?
Round 6. So
Round
this
6.
was probably one of the early rounds, because I guess that they had many rounds.
Okay, that's strange. But listen, all of this makes perfect sense, and there's a good chance we might see something like this. I'm not even saying that knight e2 is a mandatory choice here. White wants to position the knight on c5, either knight e2, knight b3, knight c5, or knight e2, knight f4, knight e3, knight c5. It really makes sense to position the knight here. But since black also might be threatening at some point to threaten with c5, I think this knight e2 is like also a bit a cautious move, because let's say black goes very aggressive and tries to open the c file, let's say something like c5, d takes, rook takes on c5. White is very solid, and he's going to position an outpost on d4. And of course, the question is, where's the king going to go? Short castle, again, remember these ideas of h4, h5, probably even started with knight e4, h4, h5, and the queen side seems to be blocked, sort of blocked. I mean, I don't really know. But
yeah, we talked about this isolated pawn structure quite a bit, because it arose in quite a few of the positions in the pool part of the tournament here.
I think Rappert is choosing here. Rook c8, c5 looks actually not so bad, really. I mean, it could be provocative. But long castle, knight e8, knight e6, as was played in this game you mentioned, Smyslov against Kasparov, that makes perfect sense, really. So this bishop on e6 is, let's just make a couple of moves. What was it? Knight f4, king b8, bishop e2, knight e8, knight e3, knight e6, maybe not even like this order. But this bishop on e6 is bad, but it's very difficult for white to capitalize on it.
Yeah, and the light squares on c4 and e4 are just ready for the knights on b6 and d6. And as well as you're pointing out, the bishop being able to go back to c8, just making sure that black has the king side a little bit under control, because the queen side, sorry, because sometimes you can actually get in trouble. There are ideas with white playing king b8 and then swinging the rooks from d1 to c1 to c3 to a3. I've seen some of these ideas myself, and as you're showing, the knight can go into c5. This is also a much quicker way to do it, yes. And you know, if you didn't have that light squared bishop on c8, this could actually be very dangerous and uncomfortable to play, at least. So sometimes, even though the bishop does seem bad, you are kind of happy still having it.
Yeah, so Rappert essentially has a choice. He has a choice. I mean, I would really say that he has a choice between either castle and long and once again, long king b8, knight e8, knight e6, bishop c8, and go for a long positional game, or play it a little bit more adventurous. After, let's say if this happens, I'm not saying it even that it's supposed to happen. King b1, c5 takes, rook c5, queen d2, short castle, h4, h5 yet doesn't work. There could be knight c4, there could be rook d5. Although white probably can play it also positionally. I mean, not really h4, h5, but play rook c1, queen e2, and try to once again capitalize on this weakness. But maybe let me just add more. After rook c8, there could be also some moment for maybe queen c5. Queen c5, d takes, and establish the d4 square for the knight. So that's why I guess Rapport is thinking here.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect that he remembers the game between Kasparov and Smyslov, but he does keep on following it here with long castles. I'm very excited to see how much further the two players they will play the Kasparov and Smyslov game.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm also not sure if they remember specifically it was Kasparov. It's just a very typical plan. So
yes.
Probably something like king b1, king b8. Once again, the knight goes to d3 or knight to d2, b3, the knight e8, knight e6, and then we're going to find it out. All right, let's have a peek once again. In the game of Aronian against Dominguez. F6 was played by Dominguez. Bishop d2. Response, and bishop d6 by Dominguez. And now the question is, how fast will respond Aronian?
Mm-hmm.
Because if he is in preparation, he wants to make the move as quickly as possible.
Yeah, he might be up for a walk since it did take Dominguez some time to make the moves. He did go for f6, and we did see bishop d2 on the board. This was also what you said felt the most right, just keeping the king a little bit more safe, making sure that there wasn't any bishop b4 checks, and Dominguez going for bishop d6, but an almost 40-minute time advantage to Levon here. Probably he's happy about the time advantage, but as he has started to think now, if it's not because he's up for a walk, then I would suspect that he is either starting to have to recollect his preparation because he might not, he's at the board, I can see on some cameras. So he might just be trying to recollect what he had prepared, because sometimes preparations, they can be very long, they can be very complicated. Your opponent might not always follow the exact same line. Or he's simply just out of prep now.
Could go either way. I mean, the preparation has to stop at some point, really. So I think if he's going to spend something like 10 minutes here, then it's already quite a good sign that he's out of the book and he's just trying to figure it out. By the way, bishop d6, there's one more idea which I just noticed. Bishop a5 is a ridiculous move by a very simple answer. It's king e7.
And now your idea with the king going to f7, the rook coming to e8.
Yeah, so because not very good.
Yeah, these two moves, f6 and f3, they're not moves which typically gets played because it can weaken the kings quite a bit. But here, the squares on f2 and f7 are actually potential hiding squares for both of the kings.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting that you mentioned this. Indeed, king f7 for the black king, king f2 for the white king. But let's imagine how Aronian could play here. I guess knight c3.
You have to develop that bishop.
Yeah, you have to develop.
Somehow.
So a6 still drops a pawn with knight x and b5, so that's a pin. Now you don't want to do that. The pawn is under attack. I guess black cares about the pawn. Oh, and he plays knight g3. Rather quickly it was played.
Rather quickly indeed. But this also makes a lot of sense, yeah? Instead of starting to put pressure on the pawns on the queen side, which, they can protect themselves. Black is very solid on the queen side, has a lot of pawns over there, so you're not sure that you will actually win one of them. But instead he goes for knight g3, which can go to both e4 but also f5. And I do believe it was Kasparov who said that the f5 or f4 squares are indeed the best attacking squares for the knight. So Kasparov really making an entrance into today's show.
Yeah, I also read what you're saying in the chat. Aronian is going for short castling. That's clear, right? Either king f2 or short castle. I do agree. But if I would be asked to choose a side, I would just choose black. I don't know. I mean, I still like really black setup. Although let's imagine after knight b6, now white has access to knight e4, knight c5 ideas.
Mm-hmm. I guess you did that as well from c3, but on g3, the knight on d5 isn't like it can't trade itself.
Mm-hmm. So I would expect rook e8 check is a very tempting check.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e8, bishop e2, because I mean, you
how about
belongs
knight f4?
Knight f4.
Oh, knight f4, bishop a5 could be annoying sometimes. I don't know if I'm.
By the way, that's interesting. Bishop a5 check and knight f5 idea. This might be a potential problem at some point, because after king e7, now this is going to be a fork.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you honestly, dear viewers, I'm just as surprised as you, right? So I have no background information of this position. It's just completely fresh. It's so disbalanced that it's extremely difficult to logically explain it. I mean, all I can say is that Aronian has a deep preparation, which is probably based on one high-level game. Dominguez is out of the book already. Having spent so much time, Aronian still has some ideas, but essentially at some point they're going to have to play themselves. So I would imagine that Aronian's idea is to play bishop e2 castle, knight e4, knight e5, maybe b3. And Dominguez's idea is to rely on the dynamics of his position. So once again, a6, queen c6, bishop b7, that would be my best guess. So I mean, Dominguez is just trying to figure it out. Maybe start with the check. Bishop e2, a6, something like a castle. But once again, here, so many moves. I mean, there could be even queen b8.
But I'm wondering why you want to go a6. Why not let's start with queen c6? No, because I liked your queen c6 idea earlier.
I don't really want to sacrifice the pawn on a7 if I'm not 100% sure. I mean, this is a huge decision. I do agree. Yeah, we mentioned this before, that maybe we have to do this, but this is a huge decision, right? Queen c6, rook a7, and now do something like maybe, okay, queen b6 drops the queen immediately of bishop a5. But I find it very difficult for to play something like this for Dominguez, because Aronian more or less is still in the book. So queen c6, sacrifice another pawn on a7. Huge decision.
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree. I just like the idea of getting the queen active, but queen b8, that is a new idea to try to attack the knight on g3 and the pawn on h2. So if knight f5, what is it you want to do? Want to take control of the f4 square? I can just take the pawn on h2. Oh, and you want to give a check on g3. I'm not taking g7 with check. Usually the king is standing on e8 and not d8. So I was thinking that I would be able to go knight takes g7 with check. But here the king is a square too far away for that.
I like Aronian's approach. He's a very creative player. So I would think that against such a solid player as Dominguez, this is the right strategy. Of course, there's risks. But let's say after queen b8, you need to protect the knight on g3. I guess something like king f2. And what do I make of this?
Yeah, for sure. Black doesn't want to go into any bishop takes g3 checks, because if you start to take that knight on g3 and after White takes back, not only does White gain the open h file, but also the f4 square. You don't really have that as Black anymore. You're giving away the bishop pair. That trade would only be favorable to White.
Also, this position doesn't really strike me as a variation where it's only one continuation. So I don't think Aronian has, like, 5 continuations ready. He has some ideas probably where to position the pieces, like this knight g3. It's not even 100% sure that he had exactly this position in his analysis. Maybe it was not with the bishop on d6. Maybe it was, let's say, with something like a6 or queen b7 or queen b8. So he simply compares that line and says, okay, this is very similar. Probably I'm going to still go for the same idea of bishop e2, short castle, and then try to break the queen side apart with b3. But then again, for Black, there's just so many ways to play, right? There's king e8, king f7. There's a queen b8 idea, target the knight on g3. There's the a6 move. There's the rook e8 move. There's the bishop b7 move. So
some people even mentioned an h5 idea.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Like I needed more ideas. I mean, it has to stop. The preparation simply has to stop at some point. So you have some ideas what to do, and that's it. So you just hope it's gonna work.
Yeah, I can only agree.
Super sharp, but I like it.
What? Okay. Then now we're at this point. So Aronian 1 hour 33 on the clock, Dominguez 47 minutes and counting down. We assume that both players, well, Dominguez definitely, but we assume that Levon might be getting a bit more out of prep here. We're not even sure he's still in prep. So maybe it's time to do some predictions for this game. Like, how do you think this game will progress? What will happen? As you said, it's so complex that it's almost impossible to say, but why not? Let's try.
Meaning as a result, or how the game with the moves is going?
As a result, yeah.
As a result, all 3 results.
All 3 results. That's not a prediction.
Of course. I mean, I'm not easily impressed by the big clock advantage. I mean, of course, it's half the time Aronian is ahead, almost a 40-minute advantage. Wait, it's even more. Almost 15-minute advantage, but as soon as Dominguez is going to get an easy to play position, he's going to play a lot faster. So he's just trying to figure out. What's the setup. Once again, do I play a6, queen c6, bishop b7, or do I play queen c6, sacrifice the pawn on a7, or do I play first king e8, king f7? So maybe, let's say, something like next 3-4 moves could be really tough for Dominguez to make, but at some point he is going to get a bit easier position to play.
Yeah, okay, I agree with you that it might be a little bit difficult to predict, but I will try my best anyway. So if any one of you out there in any of the chat want to predict together with me, then feel free. Because I'm going to go with Levon not winning this game, though he has a huge time advantage. I still feel like this position might be a little bit more easy to play for Lanier. I will go towards the draw, even though this doesn't seem like a draw position at all to me. And that's because I think Aronian's time advantage outweighs the easiness of Lanier's Dominguez a little bit, whereas Levon also with some extra material here. Then I'm gonna say draw, even though I also kind of want to say Dominguez wins this one, but I just think that he's a bit too low on time for me to really pick him in my prediction.
I think we also still don't have enough information. The game is still super sharp. So at least for me, I think it can go either way. So
no, for sure, I think the same. Just trying to make a little prediction. But in the game between Nakamura and Rapport, they are no longer following the game of of Kasparov and Smyslov, but they are playing some typical ideas. Rapport was the first one to no, it was Nakamura who was the first one to deviate, going king b1. But now he is playing a bit like this plan that you were showing earlier, because you were mentioning that the c5 square is very important for white. And yeah,
I think he wants to go for attack at the pawn minority. I don't know yet what setup he's going to choose. Might as well be a4, a5 at some point. Maybe something more quiet with a3, knight c3, maybe knight a2, knight b4. But I was actually a bit expecting knight c1, knight c1, knight b3, knight c5. But okay, I mean, maybe this is not really tempo-driven position. It's still closed, so there's a lot of maneuverings. Black also needs to figure out where does he want to position his pieces. Still, I would go for 98, 96, and then just see what happens. So let's imagine.
Yeah, 98, very normal move to go to d6.
Yeah, now I don't know what the Hikaru is going to do next.
I would either suspect a move like knight c3 to go to a4 and trade that knight on b6, because the knight on b6 can potentially be very annoying. Though we have to be a little...
It doesn't make any sense. It already was there.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I would just imagine, since Black decided to castle queenside, that I don't know if the knight should go to f4. But mainly what I wanted to say is that you also have to be a little bit careful when you're white, because if knight c4 is played, you really do not want to go b3. So I could also imagine a move like king a1, just to step out of any potential knight c4 and knight a3, in case you want to kick that knight away when it goes to
Yeah,
c4.
but then again, it made a bit more sense to play king a1 right away, because let's say if I play now knight e8, I could go maybe rook b1, knight e6, something like rook c1, and try to push aggressive everything forward, and I have those rooks here at the semi-open files. But since he already committed the rook on c1, difficult to tell, really. I mean, might as well be queen c5. Might as well be this move, queen c5, inviting a queen trade. So once
playing
again,
it more positionally.
Yeah, it's not like there's a direct attack. So knight e7 and knight e4 get a very nice outpost for the knight, and play something like b4, a4, b5. This is a weakness. Maybe there's a chance to organize something at the king side as well. So white has better minor pieces, the knight on d4 and the bishop on d3. Maybe this is the idea. It's the positional approach to play queen c5. There could be also some ideas for maybe queen a5, rook c3, rook a3. So let's say knight e8, queen c5, and if black rejects, he plays something like
Knight d6.
Let's say knight e6. There could be a room for, okay, knight rook c3 is going to be fork on a4. Maybe something along the lines of queen b4, rook c3, rook a3, bring the other rook here, queen a5, and go after the pawn on a7, which can be still protected with knight c8, you know? Kind of difficult to tell at this point, really.
Yeah, there are many attacking ideas. It's because these things that you're saying with other move orders for white making more sense. That is just why I feel like rook c1 might be more of a positional choice, probably going for queen c5, and just making sure that if black takes and we take back with the pawn and knight d7, the pawn on c5 is protected by the rook. Because if you wanted to go for the attack, as you were mentioning, there could be more accurate move orders, as you were also showing.
All right. I'm just also trying to figure out what Rapport is doing here. Why is he thinking? He's trying to figure out what's the best setup here. It's not only one move. It's about entire picture.
Yeah.
So, okay, he could play, of course, 98, 96, and Rapport, of course, well knows that in the Cosmic structure, the knight belongs to d6. But he needs to figure out, okay, I'm going to position the knight on d6. What else? I mean, what else I'm going to do after knight e6? So, of course, he can make here, bishop c8, etc. And knight e8, by the way, is on the board. Yeah, it makes sense to start with this move, protect with the knight on d6 all the critical squares around and just see whatever happens. Hikaru should respond very quickly because knight e8 is something that you would expect.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really curious what he's going to choose next. Maybe queen b3. Queen b3 with some ideas like rook c2, rook c1. The knight on f3 maybe is going to stay for the time being so that white is ready to react against some f5, h5 ideas. So if I play early knight d2, I'm not sure if I need this knight here to c5. Black might have access to some counter strikes with f5 at some point. So let's say f5. Now the pawn on g4 is not protected, and if we take it, there could be issues with the pawn on f2.
There could be a lot of counterplay, yeah.
Yeah,
because I was actually going to ask you, because of course when you're black in this position, you have to kind of find a plan. You need to figure out what you want to do. Maybe not specific moves, but figure out what you want to do for the rest of the game. And here, one very, very important thing to always have in mind is which pawn breaks you want to make here. But I could kind of sense that maybe you were leaning towards an f5 pawn break to also, if white ignores it, perhaps being able to push f4 at some point.
But we might not see a pawn break for a long time. And that's why I like this knight on f3. For example, if I just make some quiet move after f5, I might have to play either g5, effectively winning the control of the dark squares, or even play knight e5, and the knight on e5 protects the pawn on g4. So my best guess is that the knight is going to remain on f3 for the time being to be able to react against any black's lash outs of either f5 or h5.
Mm-hmm.
So Hikaru is thinking here, could be queen c5. Could be something a bit slower like queen b3. I don't think it's going to be knight e2. A knight c3 is not going to go back. He might play something
and you
like
don't
knight
think
e4.
You don't think it would be knight d2 because you were worried that black might at some point then have a better f5 break?
I'm not even sure if I need a knight so badly on c5. I mean, maybe I do.
How about a4? I'm getting a little bit creative now. a4, queen b4 could be annoying. Okay.
Yeah, that's a problem. This queen b4 counterplay. You know, maybe the a4 idea can be used with something like queen b3. And maybe also Hikaru is looking for the way to put the knight on d3, typical for the Cosbit structure, because the knight on d6 will be targeting the e4 square.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say knight e6, knight e4 could be now a problem.
Yeah.
So maybe he's going to do something like this. Knight f4, knight e6, and something along the lines of
bishop e2, knight e4 though. Okay, and then you want knight d3.
I'm not sure really.
But knight c4?
Knight c4, okay.
Or f5?
a1, b.
f5?
Huge decision, yeah. f5.
Huge decision, yes, but also trying to activate some more pieces.
Yeah, that makes sense, of course, this f5. And that's why I guess Hikaru is taking his time here.
Mm-hmm.
So this is also kind of Cosbit structure for white, but only g4 has been pushed. So I'm not sure if this knight f4, knight e3 idea here is going to work so great for white. Could be something else. Could be something else as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. It's always there's so many strategical options, and you really have to find out, what will my opponent play? How can I best stop this? And how can I, in the best way, get my own plans and ideas out on the board? And here, it doesn't seem easy, Chess is a complex game. So they really, really have to think long and hard about how to play this position in the best way. Also because there are so many possible continuations. So not only do they have to look for specific moves, but they also have to think about, like, in the long term, what do I want from this position? Which pieces do I want to trade? Any potential pawn breaks, and yeah, do I want to attack? Do I want to keep it more solid? And they also have the mini match to consider here when they're making these decisions. So much to think about.
Yeah, there's a question in the chat, Ellen, about the e4 push. I wanted to address this. Yeah, this might be one idea, but for that, you probably need the knight to d2, knight e2, f3, e4. But even if this happens, the consequences are anything but clear. Let's say f3, I could play, let me just make some random move, rook e8, e4, takes. Now this bishop on e6, which was a bad bishop, now it suddenly becomes really a strong piece because it's controlling this a2, e6 diagonal and has a lot of squares. And these white pawns on d4 and e4, they're actually quite vulnerable. I mean, they don't have enough support. So that's why this idea of f3, e4, it's more common for the systems if white would play early around here, knight e2 and not h3. With a pawn on h2, knight e2, f3, e4, that's indeed an idea. And the knight on e2 protects the pawn on d4. But with knight f3 and h3, by the way, h3 stops the bishop g4 trade, keeping the knight on f3. Now, this is something else. So I don't think you can really try to push the e4. And by the way, immediate e4 doesn't make any sense because white would simply ruin his pawn structure. But knight f4 is on the board.
Yeah, knight f4 on the board. And what do we think? Knight
e6
d6
is going to respond, I think, very quickly. Yeah. Unless, of course, Rapport wants to keep his light square bishop alive. So I would expect knight e6. So knight x on e6 doesn't make a lot of sense, really. This knight is really, really important.
Much better than the bishop on e6, which is both restricted by its own pawns and white's pawns on h3 and g4.
Hikaru could play something like knight d2 now, because now after f5, we do have access to g5. So queen g5, there's going to be knight e6. I could strengthen the pawn on g5 with h4 and consider even to go back. So with the knight on f4, maybe this is something like a preparation move for against black's counterplay with f5. Knight e5.
So quickly, sorry, because you were saying that, I was thinking maybe a move like bishop c8 could make sense, though the drawback of bishop c8, of course, is that you have less control over the c4 square. But I don't know how important this is, because I feel like every time we go knight c4, white will go king a1 and b3. So keeping or taking the bishop back, so we might have the option of going f5 later if we want to.
Now, I think Richard could play bishop c8 if he would be really concerned about the trade. But let's say after knight e6, it just doesn't really strike me something I should be overly concerned about, because the position is closed and black has two knights, which should be great. So knight on d6 belongs anyway, and you're not 100% sure if you always are going to play bishop c8. But I started to say this, that after knight e6, there could be knight e5. And maybe this is his idea. After f6, there could be some ways to sacrifice on g6. So I'm not sure if Rapport really needs this. Takes, knight g6, let's say knight h8, and somehow try to
rook h1 and push the pawns.
Push for the pawns. But then again, Rapport is not really obliged to do it. He could play something like rook e8 and then f6 could happen. And then again, maybe Hikaru's idea could be going away with the bishop so that the knight on e5 now jumps to d3 and c5. So you're seeing there's a lot of maneuvering and feeling the position. There's no immediate tactics, no immediate skirmishes, and they're just trying to build their desired setups.
Yes, for sure. And they are both down to an hour here, so I suspect that expect that they will keep on thinking for a bit. They have plenty of time. But Dominguez, he does not have plenty of times. They have made a few more moves, but he is actually down to 35 minutes here.
He has
On
to
move
start to play
19
faster.
only. Yeah, he definitely has to start to play faster. Maybe we should take a look at the moves which happened, because Queen B8, as you were suggesting, did get played. This very deep move of looking at the knight on G3, but the knight didn't move. King F2 instead was played. We were also looking a little bit at this move. Rook E8 probably had to be played anyway. And after Bishop E2, I'm wondering, how is King E7? Oh, King E7 is maybe just Knight F5, King F7, Knight D6.
Yeah, this is, by the way, quite important. Takes.
And A7 is hanging sometimes.
Is it, though? Because there could
be... Queen B6, yeah, the pawn on D4 isn't protected anymore.
The big question is, I think it's very important for Dominguez to understand, does he want to give away the dark square bishop for the knight? Because he could play this, by the way. He could play King E7. King E7, assuming there could be Knight F5, let's say, King F7, take it. Okay, Rook A7 probably is not going to happen, so Aronian could play something like, something normal, like Queen C2, attacking the pawn on H7, maybe I protect it, and at some point B3.
And
right?
Dominguez did play Bishop C7, so he didn't want any of this, which also seemed...
I think that's the right choice, because he might be suffering because of the dark squares, so he retreats Bishop C7 to keep better control of the dark squares. Knight F5 is still sort of keeping check on the pawn on H2. For example, Knight F5, there could be G6, and then Bishop takes on C7 is becoming a threat. And then he wants to play this King E7, then whatever, King F8 or King F7, I have no idea really. So I think for Aronian, it's quite important to make a breakthrough quite early, because as soon as he plays B3, the position is opening. But B3 immediately could be C3.
Yeah, I was thinking, what if white goes Rook E1? Because then if black plays King E7, there's Bishop takes C4 check. So you'd have to find another move in this position.
Rook E1 makes sense, by the way, because also after Queen B6, targeting the pawn on D4, there's Bishop A5 idea. Protect the pawn, make a trade, Knight E4, Knight C5, maybe at some point. So this makes sense, really. And by the way, Rook E1 sort of stops King E7. That's a very valid point. Bishop takes on C4, discovered check, and this is something that he doesn't want to do. I guess Rook E1 is going to be played. That really makes sense here.
I was thinking about H5. It's probably giving, because I mean H5, Knight H5, Bishop H2. Then you can take on G7 because there's Bishop G3. But you might be able to play some G3 moves, which could be annoying. But I don't know if G6 here is a move.
It's very sharp.
It's very, very sharp.
Okay, H8, I guess, also is a possibility, and you're trying to say, but H5, maybe also Dominguez needs to ask himself, do I need to bring the king to the king side? Because once again, he is going to spend something like 1, 2, 3 tempos. And did he really improve the king's safety? Because the king is sort of already well packed on the 8. But what I find it to be very important, I mean, take a look at the clock. He is thinking here like there's no tomorrow, right? The clock is just ticking and ticking and ticking. He's making these big decisions. And from a personal experience, I want to say, when you're in a situation like that, you want to have as simple position as possible. And there's just no way to do this. I mean, at least right away. I want to simplify. I want to have some clear targets. If he's going to play this at the current rate, he will be in time trouble. Move 25.
He's actually not even at the board. I can tell you this, which I find, I wouldn't say so surprising, but still having 33 minutes and not being at the board, he could be in the bathroom, getting some water, getting some tea. I think he likes tea. I think I usually see him with a cup of tea though. But he's not at the board at right now, which I'm a little bit afraid of, because even though he is a great blitz player, this is such a complex position, and he doesn't have a lot of time. It's only move 20. So yeah.
Okay, I mean, maybe something like a6, queen b6 is still going to follow. Maybe h5, h4 is going to follow. Yeah, by the way, what about h5? This could bring some of this clarity, which I mentioned to you. It's slightly forcing the matters. Maybe indeed, Dominguez could decide that the king on the e8 feels good, and this forces something.
Mhm.
And maybe you're right, by the way. Yeah, h5, h4, threaten to take on h2. And if white plays something like bishop a5, I don't even have to trade. I could play knight b6, decline the trade, and keep the pressure here on the long diagonal, not even speaking about just weaken square on e3.
Oh yeah, that square on e3 is important. Speaking about the square on e3, I keep on wondering about that square on f4. If we ever want to put a piece there, and if yes, which piece we want to play. Do we want to play bishop f4? Do we want to play knight f4? Because I can't quite tell.
Right. Yeah, it's difficult to tell. Maybe at some point, indeed, the black would play bishop f4 or knight f4, right? But I think at the moment he's a bit focused on developing his remaining pieces. The bishop on c8 is not doing anything, but it's Aronian to move. So once again, you're just not really thinking about yourself, your plans. You're doing all of this for your opponent as well. And if I play rook e1, and rook e1 is a natural choice, if I suspect that the black king is going to escape to the king side, I need to already have an answer. What's going to be against h5, h4? It's not like rook e1, h5. Aronian's like, oh, h5. Okay, now what I'm going to do? He couldn't do that, right? So if he wants to play rook e1 and he plays rook e1,
He plays rook e1, and
yeah,
there
he
was
already
a
has an answer to h5.
yeah, he should have an answer to h5. I think you're right. There was a suggestion about f5, f4 ideas. If black could make that work, I'm not sure if it weakens the dark squares a little bit too much, because in order to play f5, you probably have to make sure that white cannot take the pawn on f5. And g6, f5 really weakens those dark squares around the king, especially since you can't play any king e7 to f7, because bishop takes c4 is always a discovered check. So I think you'd probably prefer to push the h-pawn, if any, just to keep a little bit more, solid space with g7 and the f6 pawns.
I would say that Dominguez is going to go h5. I mean, he is too experienced to see that where the game is heading. If you're spending the time so much, you are trying to force matters. Otherwise, indeed, you're going to be left in a huge time trouble with something like 20 or 15 moves to make. And this is something you don't want to do, especially if your opponent has so much time on the clock. So h5, h4 would be my primary guess, probably which Dominguez should execute in the next 5 minutes or so. Maybe alternatively, about this f5, f4, I'm not sure I like it, because there could be knight e4 and this bishop on the long diagonal will be closed. But I'm thinking about something like g6. Maybe there's room for this. At some point, g6, f5 limit this knight's activity. So let me just make some random move. Maybe bishop goes here, and I just need to figure out, can I even do this? Because this makes the knight on g3 super bad, but there could be some issues with bishop g5 once again. And yeah, that's a lot of pins, and maybe this is what we don't want to do. Oh, although there's bishop b6. Why it's so difficult to give a proper evaluation? Because this is a typical engine's position. It's just not standard. Just not standard. And that's why it's so difficult.
But that's also why these players, they're so good, because they know exactly, or maybe not exactly, but they're very good at finding out how to navigate in these very complex positions. And I just wanted to update you on some Twitter stuff, because I do see that there was shared some footage from the 1988 USSR Championship final, where that game between Kasparov and Smyslov, which Nakamura and Rapport were following. So if you want to see that, Chess24 retweeted it on on their Twitter. I think it's always very nice to see these things. And
They found
then
the
there was
footage so quickly. It's unbelievable.
yeah, really. It was Douglas Griffin who found the footage, and posted it in 2019, and then just reposted it now.
Oh wow.
So, and also there was a funny comment before Lanier played Bishop D6. I don't know if we can go back a little bit.
Okay.
I also don't know if you remember this, because
Bishop D6. Okay.
yeah. So here, after sorry, Bishop D6, Knight G3, and Rook Queen B8. Yeah, after Queen B8. I don't know if you remember in the World Championship, there was this funny moment where I think it was Carlsen or Nepo I think it was Carlsen who played Bishop D3, and then the D file was entirely filled. So Levon, of course, having the option here to go Bishop D3, filling the entire D file with pieces, though it would drop a piece. So not the best, but it's always a funny thought.
Yeah, maybe there could be. Maybe we can still do it. By the way, at some point, let's say White is going to play at some point B3 takes, and there you go.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished. Right, every single piece is positioned at the D file. Yeah.
Yes.
Still could happen. Again, big decision for Lanier. I think he needs to act quite quickly. King E7 doesn't work. White might be thinking about Queen C2, going after the pawn on H7, might be thinking about B3 immediately. So H5 is literally asking to be played. I agree. I mean, initially I thought that's crazy, but now that I look at this position, I'm not sure really. Maybe also Queen B6 is considered by Dominguez to go after the pawn on D4. This needs to be evaluated together with Bishop A5. And where do you position the queen? Maybe Queen C6. And then again, you need to understand, are you happy with this position? So I guess something like Queen C2, going after the pawn, B3. Very complex.
Very complex indeed. Yeah, I would really love it if Dominguez played H5. I also feel like it's kind of in the spirit of the position, because it is so complex and there's so much stuff happening. And with the rook moving from H1 to E1, you see that the H2 pawn is getting more weak, though it probably depends on some precise calculation, because I think it's also very possible that he's calculating H4 and he's calculating the consequences. But if he sees something that he doesn't like, and if he sees something which is a bit unclear to him, then of course it's very difficult to play such a move when you're low on time, because you know that if your opponent suddenly plays something that you hadn't seen, then you have to start recalculating and find out what to do, which can be, worrisome when you don't have that much time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I see a comment saying Stockfish thinks black is close to lost after 20 H5. So he might be calculating it, but he could be calculating it well and finding out that black is close to lost, apparently. I guess white doesn't have to go G3 in the variations that
lost,
we were
I
looking
don't
at.
really get it. H5, maybe not H5. A bishop takes. Maybe there's something.
What if we start with rook H1?
Rook H1. It's not yet under attack, by the way. If I play now rook H8, maybe there's some problems with F4. Maybe that's the trick.
Oh, and he did play. And yeah, we also have a comment about it being F4. Maybe F4 before rook H1.
Okay,
but he did actually play
board, but H5 takes here before.
Yeah, and then F4 here in this position.
I mean, what can I say? I mean, maybe there could be G5. I mean, some craziness.
Yeah, definitely craziness. But I kind of like what he played, because I can see the evaluation bar does not quite say that they like it. But Bishop B6 is a very normal move, trying to put some pressure on the
All right.
d4 pawn.
Here we
and-
go. Here we go. Okay, what is this? I mean, Alan, check out this line.
Oh, you already have something for me. Okay.
Yeah, he sacrifices a pawn on d4, not only one pawn with a check, but two pawns. So bishop d4 check looks very risky, right? Because the d file opens and the black doesn't want to take the pawn on d4, but it's more. I mean, there's a second pawn under attack. So
That's a lot of pawns. So bishop a5 check.
Okay, bishop a5 check. I play knight b6. Now, how clear is this position? I mean, just I don't get it. Let's say rook a2, maybe activate the bishop. Bishop e5.
Rook d2.
Something like rook d2.
It's a lot of pawns.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, of course, but
Bishop. Wait.
f4 maybe. Oh my god.
Yeah, f4. Or I was thinking about. Okay, yeah, especially f4 because now with bishop b4 and bishop h5, the knight on d7. Oh my goodness. And king f8 of course runs into rook takes e8 checkmate.
This is a complete mess because once again you need to calculate so many lines, and maybe for a stockfish something like this is okay, this is piece of cake, right? But this is a huge decision once again. King g1, I'm not sure if Dominguez expected this, and once again he needs to make a very big decision here because bishop d4, this comes together with bishop takes on b2.
Yeah. But do you have to take on b2 and give up that extra time for white if you take on d4?
I think you have to. If you don't, because why did you open the b file? I mean, of course you could just ignore it. You could just ignore it and play something like.
I was thinking maybe bishop e5 or king c7.
Yeah, but that's essentially the same. White is still pushing, but he has the pawn on b2.
Okay, so let's say I go king c7.
Okay,
king c7, bishop a5.
No, I mean, my point is, if I'm...
but here says queen takes d5.
What?
Queen takes d5 in this position?
Oh, just blundered knight. I just blundered knight. Okay. But my point is, if I'm opening the position in the center, I'm suffering for two pawns, not just one, right? Because this bishop e5, bishop a5, knight c7, or whatever, I'm still suffering because I give the attack to white, right? But here I at least get two pawns for that. So that will be my reasoning. So bishop d4, king h1, a bishop e2. Maybe there's something more specific. Oh wait, there could be rook b1 and bishop takes on c4.
Oh, and then with the d file open and bishop a5 ideas. And c3 here.
Okay, c3
runs into what? Can you go rook takes b2?
Yeah, I want to do that. Takes.
Bishop a5.
Check.
And then knight 5 to b6 has to, or c7. I prefer b6 a little bit. Yeah. But maybe this is not a lot.
I mean, what is
nothing.
Really a lot of pieces?
Three pawns, but we can play bishop takes b5. That pawn on b2.
That's another rook trade. That's another rook trade. That's what I'm telling you. Right, takes something like queen e5. No, there's no way white is playing this for the win. Just risky. King g1. Take here. I would expect that Dominguez is slightly confused.
Oh, yes, for sure. But then there's the question of when you don't have too much time, how much do you trust your opponent's calculation and how much do you try to play something which is just a bit more safe when they have like 1 hour and 24 minutes on the clock? Wow, he goes for knight e5.
Whoa. What is that? Knight e5.
To try to go to d3, you can't take it because the pawn is pinned.
Wait. So he wants to play knight c6. That's his idea. The bar doesn't.
Knight c6, not knight d3. Okay.
I would dare to say he simply trusted Levon. Levon plays king g1. I'm not sure if there's indeed something wrong with bishop takes on d4. At least I don't see immediately. Maybe he just trusted his gut instinct, right? That this is wrong. I mean, opening the d file, although for two more pawns. Maybe there's
the engine bar. Have you seen the bar? It just says that white is completely crushing. So maybe we should
Not
try to
really.
figure out why the bar says that white is completely crushing.
You mean after 95?
Yeah. It says it's game over.
Once
But
again,
how
dear
come?
viewers, we are not using any engines here. I think this is very, very important to state. We try to imagine how the players might be perceiving their game. We see the bar. Yeah, by the way, we see the bar.
We see the
says
bar, but
no.
yeah.
But that's it, right? Okay, king h1 makes sense, of course, but what about knight c6? So I guess the Mingus wants to rearrange these pieces, but this is strange. Ben, just a second. I don't get it really. So you play knight e5, king h1, you play knight c6, and the question is, what exactly do you achieve?
As black?
I get it.
You mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you achieve as black, you mean?
Yeah, what do you achieve with black? Why is it it's so important to play knight e5, knight c6, to waste 2 tempos? And what did you gain? You're still going after the same pawn on d4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe he is looking for some super blockade. So this knight on c6 is extra protecting the square on a5 against bishop a5 ideas.
And he plays king h1 in a heartbeat.
Of course. I mean, he has already given up on the pawn on d4 because he already did it here. He played king g1. He's ready to give it up. So bishop d4, his idea would be to play king h1. I guess after knight e5, Levon's like, what? Okay, knight e5. Okay, that's strange, right? I'm going to play just what I intended. So king h1. So what's your point?
But what does... Okay, I mean, I can just see how the knight on c6 could be better placed than on d7. So I'm just trying to figure out exactly what is the difference and why is it that black is completely busted in this position after knight c6? Because there are no bishop a5 ideas anymore. You can take the pawn on d4 in some variations, though I would prefer to have the king on c7 at some point.
It has to be b3.
b3, c3?
I mean, it has to be ripping apart a position. I don't think there's anything else. So
and now if c3, there's bishop takes b5.
Something like this, yeah.
Because takes on e1 with the rook, there's bishop takes e1, takes on d2 with the pawn. You can start by taking on e8 and then take on c6.
I think so. It looks very natural, by the way, and it's a bit strange from the Mingus because this b3 idea is something that you have to expect that white is gonna try to rip apart, and this entire idea of knight e5 just looks strange. Really looks strange. There's no bishop d4 anymore because after bishop a5, and black just loses quite a lot out of the file. So again, king h1, knight c6, b3, and after something like bishop takes on d4, this is again exactly the same. And the question is, why did you do this knight e5, knight c6? I mean, I just don't get it. So even b takes on c4, and the position indeed is ripping apart of with the king on d8. Such a strange mistake. I can only assume that this is the pressure. It was mounting and mounting and mounting. So we go back again to this moment, right? So Levon played this super computerish preparation. And we are just sitting here and trying to understand, I mean, what to make of this. And it's so difficult to give human explanations because Levon plays most like f3, knight g3, some passive moves like king f2, bishop e2, and then it says it's great. And I think Dominguez was just spending a lot of time not feeling the position, clearly uncomfortable. And the critical moment, I think it was here, that after this bishop c7, bishop b6, king g1 had such a psychological blow on Dominguez that he very quickly trusted his opponent that bishop d4, bishop b2 cannot be taken, and maybe it cannot be taken. He just came up with something with knight e5. I just failed to see how this is good. So knight c6 is on the board, so b3.
Yeah, I think b3, that is the correct way to continue in this position. Trying to just break up the black structure and prove that the king on d8 is too weak and the black pieces, they are a little bit uncoordinated. And I was predicting a draw here, and I was even leaning towards Dominguez, but I was just completely wrong in what I thought. What I thought there. Levon really showing some great preparation and nice play here today. Just he's even blitzing out the moves. He's probably seen many of these ideas before. So, and B3, he's on a roll. He's playing extremely well.
Of
And
course.
we were also talking about earlier how Levon, he felt like he had to prove himself in this tournament because it is his first tournament playing where he's representing the United States. So
Yeah, he said in an interview a couple of days ago, I'm the new American. So in the eyes of the other Americans, I mean, Levon said it, that he has to prove himself and show really some good chess. So also for Levon, this is very, very important to show his best chess to prove that he is currently number one American. He has surpassed Fabi Caruana in the live ratings.
And he will keep on surpassing him, winning more.
Yeah,
ratings.
if he wins, he will continue jumping forward in the live rating list. And by the way, I also really liked one particular quote by Levon. In an interview, he said that he tends to perform badly in Berlin. And I wasn't really sure if I'm remembering all the tournaments he's been playing in Berlin. And the only tournament which came to my mind is the candidates tournament in 2016 in Berlin, where Levon played pretty badly, but definitely there's more. So he's very, very happy that finally he is able to play well in this city.
And that reminds me of this story with Magnus, who whenever they were playing in Norway, the Norway chess tournament, he was doing poorly. I think that 2 years in a row, he started with 1 point out of 4, which for Magnus is not something that you see very often. And it just kept on happening in Norway, also during the Olympiad in Tromsø, where he just couldn't. He was playing badly and he knew it. But then last year at the Norway chess, he made a great comeback. And this reminds me a little bit of it.
Yep. There's a couple of questions in the chat. What happens after c3? c3 is bishop takes on b5. So c takes on d2, rook e8, bishop c6. You lose something. Rook e1, bishop e1. I mean, you're already down an exchange and the black king is walking in the middle of the action. Doesn't really seem right. C takes on b3 is wrong for many reasons. Again, bishop b5. This is threatening. Everything is just falling apart. What else? Maybe knight takes on d4, right? Knight takes on d4, b takes on c4. Once again, the position rips apart. So the question is, what are you even supposed to do here? So I think about now, Dominguez should understand. I mean, what did I do with this knight e5, knight c6? What was I thinking? I think this is something like a blackout, some blackout, which sometimes happens in your mind. She's just not sitting here. Oh my goodness. Did I just waste 2 tempos in such a critical position?
Yeah, that is always the hard question when you know it went wrong and you're trying to figure out where and how did it go wrong. Of course, he can't be thinking about that now because now he needs to find the best way to get out of the problems. And while Lanier is thinking about that, in the Nakamura game, we do see c3 and bishop takes b5. Okay, wow. I was just going to say that in the Naka game, we did see this idea of a4 after Rapport played knight d6, because now compared to playing a4 immediately, there's no queen b4.
By the way, I want to confirm that, yeah, we are reading the chat. I'm seeing everything you were saying there, Ronel, and also it seems just sometimes we are unable to answer to all of your questions. And
we're reading all the chats on Twitch, on YouTube, and on chess24.com. So please, if you have any questions, do let us know. We would love to answer some of them. Unfortunately, we can't answer all of them, but we would also prefer for most of the talking to be directed at chess.
Right. So once again, any interesting questions, just go ahead and ask. And all right, so going back to the Hikaru game against Richard, A4 is played. I feel that at some point this has to be done, I guess. A4, not necessarily with A5. Maybe he wants to play B3, limit his knights here on B6 and D6. Maybe his idea at some point is to play A5, A6.
I was just about to say, A5, A6 really looks like a credible threat in this position. And you can go A5 because after Queen C3, A5, Queen C3, Knight C4, I don't really think you want to go into that. There could always be B3 ideas. So do you have to play a move like B6 or... I was thinking A5. I was talking about A5 for black, yeah?
Why would you want... you want to play black? Okay.
No, I didn't want to play this as black because of Queen C3 stuff.
I'm not even sure if this A5, A6 is such a big threat. So,
really?
Yeah. I mean, is it really? Because this is also where the white king is. I mean, maybe. Okay, I could play something like, let's say, instead of this automatic bishop C8, I could play, because let's say, again, bishop C8, there could be a room for some point, indeed, is A5, A6, give away this pawn, and then try to get to the pawn on C6. I don't know, how do you do that? King A2, B3, Knight E5, something like this.
But maybe before we go A6, can we do some A5 or before we go A6, can we do some B3 stuff?
Here? No.
I was thinking, okay, so knight d to c4 was played, but I was thinking if we could prepare it some way, like if we start by playing king a1 and then we play b3 and then we play a5, a6 in one move.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would argue maybe this a5, a6 is an idea to play at some point, but it's not guaranteeing success. I could, for example, just try to ignore it. Let's say rook c8, a5, knight c4, a6, and just take it. And then king a8, the king is more or less feeling safe, and the white king on a1 actually might just jump under an attack after rook b8. So this a4, it's like a provocative move, preparing something at the queen side. A knight c4, queen b4 is immediately... A knight c4 is played, I guess, with the idea of queen b4 with Rapport. And he keeps the bishop on e6. I like this choice, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Arturs, I was thinking, while both of the games they are thinking, and Levon is also trying to figure out how to play his position. There are many strategic elements in the Nakamura report game. So how do you say that we go on our first break?
Okay, yeah, let's make a short break of something like 5 minutes, and we are going to be back with you shortly. Maybe we'll have a couple of moves already played in both games. Aronian appears to have a great position against Dominguez because this is not what Dominguez wanted. I can promise you that. He's just trying to salvage whatever he can. He's in big trouble. Aronian looks great, while Nakamura against Rapport has still so much to see, so much time still on the clock. So see you in 5 minutes.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
but
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
when I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
And we are back from the FIDE Grand Prix in the Berlin, the very first stage to determine 2 more places in the upcoming FIDE Candidates Tournament this summer in Madrid. So this is the very first leg of the 3 Grand Prix tournaments. The semifinal stage, as you are seeing, game 1. In the first semifinal, Hikaru Nakamura is playing against Richard Rappert, and in the second game, Levon Aronian is playing against his countryman, Lenier Dominguez, and appears to be already having a winning position.
Yeah, Levon Aronian has been playing great. He seemed to be so well prepared for the game. And as Dominguez's time was ticking down, he made a big mistake. Not too easy in the beginning to see why it was a big mistake, but you know, Aronian, he just saw it immediately, and he's on 1 hour and 15 minutes with a crushing position. And here Dominguez played 95, and after b3 breaking open the structure, the pawn on b5 was hanging. So yeah.
Yep. So we have a couple of more moves here after bishop takes on b5, bishop b7, rook e8, bishop e8, bishop e1. Knight takes on d4 is played by Dominguez. So at the moment, he's down an exchange for a pawn, but maybe it's not over yet.
Not over yet, you say? Okay.
Looks very bad, though. Let me try to do this. Takes. Let's say something like queen d3. I want to take the pawn on c3. With
Yeah,
bishop
that's
f6.
a very annoying pawn.
Yeah, and go after the pawn on h7. So
With rook e1 also coming.
It looks very bad.
Yeah,
Maybe-
so if we have to try to find a move for black here, can we really give up this h7 pawn though? Now queen takes h7.
Queen h7 and try to complicate some of the game. King, that's bad. King f7.
Yeah, because and also knight b3 would fail to queen g8 and picking up the queen on b8.
Yeah, bishop e8 is played rather quickly. The alternative for Aronian was to play bishop c4 maybe, but I think he's just interested to simplify the position as quickly as he can.
Yeah, trade a few pieces is probably never a bad idea since he is ahead in material here. And when there are trading pieces, that king on e8 is actually also looking more and more weak because it doesn't have as many defenders.
Right. Dominguez decided to include c2. Okay, that's interesting. c2 has been included.
But now it transposes to maybe the variation that you were showing.
Yep.
After queen d3, king e8, queen h7.
I think this is his only chance, really. Not really focus on being down the exchange, but try to generate some counterplay because of this pass pawn on the c file. Maybe something like queen c7, etc. Maybe, by the way, this is his idea. Not to take the bishop on e8, but do something like queen c7.
To try to threaten to play c1 queen.
C1 queen. And then after bishop d2, now maybe take it. And after queen h7.
And after rook e1. Oh, sorry.
There's rook e1?
Yeah, I was trying rook e1 instead,
Check.
perhaps.
Yeah, that could be possible, by the way.
And knight f5 after. Because if takes, there's queen takes d5.
Oh. Okay, I was looking in different direction. I was looking queen h7 with queen h5 and rook e8 mate. But okay,
Yeah.
maybe also knight f5. Maybe also knight f5 works very much fine. Otherwise, what else, right? After queen d3, which is really so logical move. King e8. I guess we still take it. Now, knight b3 drops the queen. The queen on b8 is not protected, so you don't want to do that.
Unless there's something actually insane there. After knight b3, queen g8, king d7, queen b8, knight a1, and then you have to. Okay, you can stop the queen with bishop
No.
d2.
I don't think that line even works. But maybe there's something like queen e5, centralizing the queen. Knight b2
Trying to get some counterplay.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, trying to get some counterplay.
Yeah.
And also important to remember that if you try to play a move like bishop d2 to play rook e1 here, you always have to look out for queen takes e1, bishop takes e1, and c1 queen.
I mean here, right?
Yeah. This doesn't work.
This is still not over. Yeah, of course, I see the bar. The bar is very, very in white's favor, but the position is very sharp. So c2 is a very good practical chance. Of course, there is no way that Dominguez wanted all of this. He's just trying to complicate the game as much as he can. And Aronian already, about now, he should feel that he is controlling the game. Queen d3 is the logical response. I'm not sure why he should be looking for something else. But maybe here, instead of the king e8, maybe there's queen e5. Once again, trying not to take the bishop right away and instead seeking some counter chances with knight b3. Maybe the rook on a1 is under attack.
Yeah, this is still complicated. Is there any way white can... I don't think there's any way white can keep all the pieces here like bishop a4, but knight b3. Yeah, knight b3, knight f3.
Well, okay, this is
gf3,
right?
And then take on d5. This should be made, no?
Either a mate or white keeps the extra piece.
Yeah, king e7 would be a mate in two.
This is why Aronian is thinking here. He's not playing the automatic queen d3. He's just making sure. Okay, king e8, he's not concerned. Maybe he's just double checking. What about some intermezzo move like queen c7 or queen c8 or queen e5? Probably
because Levon has been playing this very, very quickly. And he's a great calculator, of course. But he also knows when it's time to think. And he's probably evaluating this as a time to think, to make sure that he's not going wrong anywhere, and that there's not suddenly an intermediate move that he misses. Because c2, that pawn is dangerously close to the promotion square, and you don't want to suddenly have to worry about black queening.
But let's just try to calculate this. Okay, bishop a4. Now black naturally needs to do something. Knight b3 makes no sense. And knight f3 you already did, right? There's not much really to see, I guess. Yeah, just bishop a4 and that's
so how about we try to play king c7 and ask, what is your next move?
Yeah, probably. I mean, queen d3, we take it. And now the question, there could be also bishop f2. I mean, why do you play queen h7? Maybe it's okay, but just play something positional.
Wait a second. In the variation we were just looking at, I'm not sure why it was completely over. And there was also a suggestion of knight f4.
You mean here?
Mm-hmm.
What about queen e4? It's an extra rook, no?
Okay, queen e4 is annoying, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that the position is just completely
unless,
over?
of course, you somehow manage to promote, which I highly doubt. Something like takes.
But knight e2, knight e2, knight e2, bishop d2.
Yeah. Looks like winning, to be honest. I mean, X rook should mean something, right? No, I think this line is dead, to be honest. Maybe I'm missing something big time, but it just feels. But after king e8, bishop f2, instead of the slightly more ambitious queen h7, maybe this is something after queen e5, because there's no rook e1 once again for the same reason. Black sacrifices the queen and promotes. So I could play. Wait, I cannot do that. Can I? Wait, maybe something like this. Yeah, and if I get the queen, there's a check, and I take.
Yeah, I was thinking also bishop d4.
Yeah, so bishop d4, and just make a good retreat move, something like this.
But now you always have to calculate what happens.
But this is super careful. We need to do this, otherwise, of course, the c1 can get dangerous.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not even saying that all of this is necessary. So once again, bishop f2, queen e5, maybe instead of the taking, maybe just play rook c1. I mean, why all that craziness, right?
But I still feel the black pieces are active.
Yeah, but...
And here, I mean, it is one pawn.
Yeah, but the king
is this so clear, though? Yeah, the king is exposed, but how much? Bishop b6? Or, no. Bishop takes g... yeah, bishop g3. I'm not sure I would take the pawn on g3, though.
Now, this already feels a technically winning position, to be honest. I mean, queen g3, queen h7, or queen c8, there's a potential to go after the mate. The king is in the middle of the attack. The pawn on a7 is weak. That would be my best guess. But to be honest, again, queen d3 is played by Aronian, of course. So king e8, maybe this is more ambitious. Queen h7, and okay, you need to calculate this after queen e5. How necessary is this pawn on h7 anyway? So I would expect that Aronian could want to play something more normal, like queen e5, something more normal like rook c1, and maybe we could get something like this knight b3. But of course, there is also knight b4, and also this needs to be calculated properly.
What do you think Dominguez will play in this position? Will he just go for king takes e8? And an additional question here is that, do you think Levon will have more than 1 hour on his clock when this game finishes?
Very provocative question. I think there's no extra points for having an advantage of 1 hour on the clock after the game finishes.
Oh, definitely not.
You know, Ellen, this really reminds me of some players who have this habit to finish the game with more clock more time on the clock than they start, but I don't really understand it. I mean, let's say you have 1 hour and 30 minutes and you finish the game within 1 hour and 30 minutes. So this is like, achievement. I didn't spend any time, but is it really an achievement? Because it gives you no points for the feat, and you just might miss something. So I think Aronian wants to invest some time, and this is of course a big critical moment. Just sit here for an extra 10 minutes, make sure, calculate it properly. So I think Aronian is going to be careful.
Yeah,
yes, less than 1 hour.
Okay. I mean, I completely agree with you on that. I just feel like he's been playing this entire game almost at tempo. And I felt like there was some moments earlier in the game where he could have sat down and maybe thought a bit more before playing his move. So I don't know. I just felt like he was playing fast. And though it doesn't give any extra points, he's just, in that mood where he's playing quickly, he trusts his calculation. And if he sees something which he finds good enough, then he will probably play it. Though I think you're right, he will invest some time making sure that he doesn't go wrong. I just wouldn't be surprised.
I'm not 100% sure, is it going to be bishop f2? Again, imagine yourself from an Aronian's perspective. He's looking, I guess he feels he's winning. He should be feeling this because the c2 pawn is yet not going anywhere. The king is sort of weak. There could be some checks. The pawn on h7 is weak. So he's looking for the most simple way to win the game. Yeah, and he plays exactly the move which I was about to suggest. So this bishop f2, maybe it's forcing matters too much, but bishop d2 keeps the pawn on c2 for the time being. It doesn't allow knight b4. So maybe, let's say, after bishop f2, queen e5, this knight b4 could give black indeed some problems. But bishop d2 doesn't immediately solve the problem of the pawn on c2, but it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, but Arturs, I hate to say this. I really do hate to say this. But, Aronian playing so fast, you were talking about there's no extra points for it. And the computer has dropped. I see the eval bar on the screen. It's now in the middle. And
yes,
of course, I don't understand this particularly much because it's a very complex game. But that was also why I was thinking about, would he end the game with less than an hour on the clock? Because he's just playing this at tempo, all of it, and he hasn't been taking a long, deep think in this game. When I'm just looking through his time spent on the moves, the most time he spent on a move was 6 minutes, and that was on queen d3. And for such a complex position, I just do not feel that was enough. And also with this bishop d2 played in 2 minutes, it feels
this is a surprise. This is a surprise.
He's been playing well, but it's a bit too fast.
This is too fast. I mean, I was really expecting that you want to invest something like 10, 15, 20 minutes, make sure. I mean, I like bishop d2 on the intuition level, right? This is what I was starting to think. Maybe there's something simpler like bishop d2, taking care of the knight b4, etc. But I started to see this craziness of knight b4, and I thought, okay, maybe indeed bishop d2 could be interesting. And then Levon immediately plays it before I couldn't formulate my idea. But now the pawn on c2 is not so simple to win. So queen e5 is the normal response with knight b3. Maybe Aronian simply wrongly evaluated it. So perhaps he thought after rook c1, he's going to be able to get rid of this knight anyway. At some point, there's no risk, etc. And just, I don't know, misevaluated. The engine says it's equal. I don't think it's equal, really.
No, I was also going to say, let's try to find out what some of the differences here could be between bishop d2 and other moves like queen takes h7
but I really felt, Ellen, that this was the moment when you want to invest some time and calculate a bit. You cannot jump very quickly forward. Queen h7, I would probably discard on the intuition level. So once again, my primary concern would be of either something like queen h7. Maybe there's even something else, something more human-like, like knight e2, by the way. Right away, knight e2, get rid of this knight on d4, and then try to snatch the pawn on c2 and try to calculate it as far as possible. But bishop d2, okay, that's a bit strange, yeah. Maybe he just missed this. I cannot believe that he missed rook e1. Probably not, right? Maybe, no, there's no way.
Yeah,
There's
because
no way he thought he's
once
gonna play
again,
e1.
rook e1 is not working, as queen takes e1, bishop takes e1, and queen c1 is a new queen.
Yeah, so you're gonna do that. No, there's no way he missed that, because this idea of queen e5, queen e1 should have been available in a couple of lines already. The same applies also after bishop f2, because I think he discarded bishop f2 because of this queen e5 once again. And now he saw that there's no rook e1, so there's no way he missed it after bishop d2. There must be something else. Okay, rook c1 is played.
Yeah, he's still playing fast. Maybe he still believes in his position, but there could be something around here that he's missed. So maybe let's try to figure out what it is.
No, I mean, the problem is it's just not easy to get to the pawn on c2. Maybe that's the problem. He thought he's gonna.
Yeah, but it wasn't easy if he hadn't gone. Like, I mean, it wasn't easy no matter if he played bishop d2 or not.
Mm-hmm.
So what other move should he have played?
Instead of rook c1?
Instead of bishop d2. Because it's not like in this position that you can see how you're exactly getting the pawn back.
I mean, you just don't guess. You
Knight
just
f5?
No, you just calculate. You calculate either bishop f2 to the end, bishop f2, queen e5. You calculate this until then. What is happening here after, let's say, rook c1? This is a very forcing line. After knight b4, you calculate where this leads you. Queen c4, getting here, and just don't guess. Because your intuition takes it as far as the calculation. You have to calculate. You simply cannot guess it.
But what's the difference?
I mean, you're attacking the knight on d4.
Aha, that's the difference.
That is the difference.
But okay, and you want to take it, I guess.
At some
like
point,
in the other variations.
my point is to eliminate the knight so that I can win the pawn on c2. It's very simple, really.
Yeah, okay.
That cannot be so difficult. So knight b4. And maybe here, once again, calculate a bit further. Something like queen c4. Once again, I don't really see the threat. Let's say a5.
Oh, but now you have to look out for queen g8 check.
Yeah, but do you need these pawns? Maybe.
Well, I don't feel like I need them, but I can take them all with check.
Yeah,
so,
okay, queen g8 check, and the check, and another pawn. Yeah, maybe this is the engine line. It says it's great. +2, +3, whatever.
Okay, but still there's some, yeah.
No, but maybe he had to do something else. Like indeed is queen h7, which is a very crazy line. Queen h7, queen e5 probably would be responded by Dominguez. Maybe take a couple of checks, take a couple of pawns, and be very cold-blooded.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where the black king goes. That's the problem. It's always going to be under a check.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this was the most precise way. So he decided not to do that and play bishop d2, rook c1, f5. And how do you get to the pawn on c2 now?
I don't know. But can we just talk a little bit about this f5 move? Because I feel that is also a very very concessional move. It wasn't at all in my radar to play f5. So
I saw it, but I wasn't really calculating it too much. The pawn,
I guess the point is to stop queen e4 and to stop queen takes h7.
Yeah, you're threatening to take the pawn, and knight b3 is going to be rook c2, so you want to protect it. On the intuition level, g6 allows some knight e4. So you kill two birds with one stone, you play 5, you protect the pawn on h7, and you take away the e4 square for the knight. It's very logical. And he wants to play g6 next to limit this knight, play king f7.
And though this game is still very, very complex, there has happened quite some interesting stuff in the Nakamura report game, I would say, because Naka decided to give up a pawn and head into an endgame. Let's just see how that happened. Because after knight d to c4, Naka played a5, which was answered by queen b4. Now, of course, very important, you cannot take the knight on b6, as knight a3 would be a very unfortunate way to lose.
Wait, I don't get it. Just a second. What is this? What's wrong with knight x on a5? Is it some positional sacrifice? Queen c5?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Queen c5, d takes.
And some knight takes e6 and b4 incoming.
If you go here, you could lose the knight somehow. I guess, really. I mean, maybe it's stuck, or maybe there's something like knight e4, threaten. Oh, wait, like this, I guess. Knight e4, threaten with some b4. The knight is stuck here. So after queen c5, and this is the only move because the queen is under attack, you take it. And knight e7, knight d4 is still b4. Okay, this was his idea. I think Hikaru's idea. And the question is, the big question is, I'm not 100% sure. Did he miss queen b4? Because now the threat is knight a3. You're going to take the knight on b6. This is a fork. And it is possible to miss this, by the way, because sometimes when you're overly focused on your ideas, you miss the intermezzo move. So a5, queen b4, queen c3, and that he would go for this position from afar, maybe. Oh, wow, bishop g6. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I was reading this in the chat that bishop takes g6 was a move, and I was calculating a little bit. I guess the point is h takes g6. You have a few different options. You can start by taking on g6, but you can also take on e6. Now, the knights on a5 and b6, they are very, very far away from the action. But oh my goodness, is this complex. So let's try to look at it.
Then. No, he did not blunder then. If he sees bishop g6, this must have been a part of the sequence.
But rook d to f8 wasn't necessarily forced, no?
What was necessary?
Rook d to f8. Like he didn't have to go there.
Yeah, but how do you protect against knight e6? E8 is not h7 at least.
No, but the other rook to e8.
But this is what he played, no?
No, to e8.
Ah, you mean here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a very valid question, of course. Maybe
is there?
Maybe there's just no move after this. That's the problem. He gonna play bishop c8. The pawn on f7 is under attack. He gonna play f6 because the knight on e6.
But he can play h6.
On h6, you just take on e6, and the pawn on g6.
Yeah, and the g6 pawn is hanging.
Oh.
Okay, but some knight d7, trying to reroute the pieces.
Okay.
It is still a pawn.
Yeah, it is a pawn. I don't argue.
So is white trying to play some... Oh, wait, can you trap the knight with some rook c5?
No, rook c5 is going to be knight c4.
Yeah, and then I was thinking if you could... I was thinking if you could
my feeling,
e6 and b3.
My feeling is that Hikaru simply blundered. I mean, just think about it from Hikaru's perspective. So he plays a4. And after knight c4, queen b4 is incoming. There's no easy way to stop this because b3 is knight a3. And after queen b4, black is threatened to win the pawn on a4. So after a5, one would expect that his ideas was knight a5, queen c5. After queen b4, that you would have to understand that this position take, and knight g5, and evaluate rook e8 and rook f8. Okay, maybe he's simply a genius. Like he's probably a genius because for me, it's not obvious. I mean, I'm just a grandmaster, right? And then I look at this, I tell you honestly, I don't get it. I don't get it really. Okay, I see this idea of rook f8. Rook f8, bishop g6. Okay, if you see that from afar, okay, unbelievable, right? Because once again, h takes, knight g6. There's a couple of pawns for the two knights. This I understand. I understand, right? I like this, by the way, because I'm gonna win a couple of pawns. I have two rooks against two knights, which are not doing anything, and the pawns are pushing forward. This I understand. But what about this move? And you're right, Ellen. I mean, after this move, it's kind of
I just feel like it's not that clear after rook e8.
Because there's no bishop g6 anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he didn't blunder. Okay, I don't know. It's just from the personal experience, I can tell you that moves like queen b4, it can be missed. It can be missed.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is some super deep idea. If this indeed happened, just hands down, right? I mean, I'm just stunned, really, that you can give up the pawn just like that by playing a 4a5. And
Chad is saying that the problem is, oh, I see. The problem is rook e8. Then there's knight f takes e6 and f e6, knight takes h7.
Oh,
because
like
rook
this.
takes h7, there's bishop takes g6.
Oh,
Still,
that's very
though,
nice. Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah.
yeah, and then it's two pieces. 4, I can't even count.
You know, I've called it many
For
times
two
that,
pawns.
that blunder, but in the end they are not blundering at all. No, probably not. But it did feel like a blunder, to be honest. But like, I remember this Bacross game when he played this game against Hikaru, by the way, this bishop a7. That was about it, like, oh my goodness, what a very nice position.
Oh, yeah.
And I felt like, no, wait, listen, this feels like a blunder, right? Because you don't play like that. I mean, it just makes no sense, really. And then in the interview, Bacross, listen,
it was a blunder.
I just blundered that. It worked out. And once again, I look at this position, it's exactly the same scenario. Like, okay, maybe it was intended, but it's interesting. It's fun, and it works for white. So bishop g6, what a shot indeed.
What a shot indeed. And we can actually say that someone else, well, we're not sure if there was any blunders here, but someone who did blunder was Lanier Dominguez, who in time trouble went for knight e3, maybe missing or misevaluating this queen g8 idea.
Wait, what about queen g8? Is there something special?
Can we play queen g8, take on e3, and take on g7?
Take.
Yeah,
but is it this rook
queen
on
f6? Aha, Levon goes for queen c8 instead. And Levon is under 1 hour, though not by much.
Mm-hmm.
What's the idea of queen
very fast
c8?
today.
Mm-hmm.
Queen c8. So what's his idea? King f7 is the natural choice.
Do we go bishop c3?
Well, oh, bishop c3.
Or bishop b4? Because does black really have a threat in this position? And if black doesn't have a threat, maybe we have like a free move to do something nice.
No, I was more thinking something like rook e1, pinning the knight.
Rook e1, like knight takes b3.
Yeah,
take on c2?
Looking for ways to simplify. That was my idea.
Oh, but then I was thinking
something like this, no?
Mm-hmm.
And take it. This is my thought process. Rook e1, pin the knight. Wait, this seems very forced, no? Knight b3, bishop e3. Oh, wait, there could be.
Yeah, I was thinking if there was some c1 queen.
Oh.
Because
I
don't know. I like the rook on c1 actually, because after all that rook e1, we always have to look out for these things. Bishop e1, there's queen e1.
Oh my goodness.
And bishop c1, there's bishop e3 or
wait,
queen e3.
This is quite forced, no? Check.
But you're continuing the line.
Yeah. It's
here
fine.
you want to go knight f4, yeah?
No, I just want to take.
And then there's queen f1.
Wait, it feels forced, no? So again, you have to calculate at some point. You cannot guess really. So king f7, rook e1, f4 makes no sense. There's knight e4, makes no sense really. So you need to protect the knight. I guess my best guess is take it. So this line is very forced. Queen b7 drops the knight, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it drops.
But doesn't we also have c1 queen in the end? Or don't we also have that?
Oh, you do. Oh,
like
you
if we go to
f8?
f8?
You do. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I just hallucinated that I still keep the pin. Okay. No, not so simple. Not so simple, really. Okay, queen d7. Once again, we're not using any engines. Dear viewers, we try to figure it out ourselves. All we see is the bar that you can get following the games at Chess24's website. Queen d7.
But now it's also a big issue of where the king goes, because where does it go? King g6 really feels loose.
Yeah, but where else do you go? Because king f8, there could be some checks. King g8, there could be some mates at some point if the queen goes away. No, it does feel that king g6 is the way to go, because you avoid any checks and try to hide the king. There could be some problems with this though.
I'm tempted to say move like h4.
What? It just dropped the knight, no?
No, but then there's queen e8.
What? Oh my goodness. How do you see such ideas here? Oh, there's bishop g5, by the way, but okay, the knight drops. Okay, h4. Okay. Maybe h4.
I don't know if h4 is a little bit adventurous, but...
Yeah, that is very adventurous. Now, I'm looking for some simpler way. I mean, something simplifying. Maybe the king on g6 after black's threat of knight b3, white will have access to this check, and this is going to be important at some point.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like both queen c6 and queen e8 are important checks at some point.
So what is Dominguez thinking here? Maybe he also has other moves. What they are? I'm not really sure. There's no queen e7 because this trades, right? Not very good. Losing the knight can have some consequences. King f6, the knight h5 idea is not very good. On the intentional level, king f8 just feels wrong for many reasons. It's got to be king g6, really.
Well, king f8 is made after bishop b4 and queen c8.
Is it a mate?
Oh, wait. Queen f8, king g6 in the end?
Yeah, still king g6.
Still king g6. And this might not even be better than before, because I like the bishop on d2.
Yeah, the bishop on d2 is very protective and attacks the knight on e3. And Dominguez is thinking he's not playing king g6. Maybe there's indeed something wrong about this move. Something like f4. I don't know. Does it make any sense? Probably not. Oh, wait. f4 here, queen e8. Unbelievable.
Ah, yeah, the same idea as before.
Yeah, f4. Wait.
So, and the queen doesn't have any squares, actually.
No.
Well, I mean, there is queen e6.
Queen e6.
And then we are indirectly protecting the knight on e. Oh, wait, it's still a queen.
King g6 is on the board. Are we going to say f4? This looks pretty much it, no? f4?
If it is the move, how quickly do you think Levon is going to play it?
It looks, now that I see it, I mean, if you see it, you know, it reminds me this Hikaru's expression when in the interview he was said, Did you see knight b6 against Jesper? He was like, unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Because once you imagine that, yeah, everything is clear. But sometimes you just don't see that, physically don't see the move. So I'm not sure how obvious is the move f4. Once you see it, yeah, it makes sense. But how obvious is this?
Well, okay, I mean, I thought about h4 first. So, but I did see the idea of queen e8 and f4 is on the board.
F4 is on the board. So Aronian sees everything. So queen f4 loses. Queen e6, takes. Okay, maybe here Dominguez has some minor chances.
Well, I'm sure that he saw this line, but he just saw that the other moves did not work. And then he thought this was where he had the best chances. Also did play queen e6, but this should be a lost endgame, I feel.
Are you sure? Yeah, it's sort of. Oh, wait, there's knight e2. Knight e2 just kills it. No?
To protect the pawn on f4, and then you keep a pawn.
Yeah, now after knight e4.
No, now we can just trade everything. Now we take on d4, e3, and
just
c2.
Even take here. And something like this. And something like this. And something like... Wait. Just a second. Let me not jump it.
No. Yeah, but why not just take on d4?
Sorry, knight e2, knight e4, take it.
But this should just be a technical win.
Are you sure? If you win the pawn immediately, yes. If not,
I mean, even if you don't win the pawn, how is this not a technical win?
I'm not sure. It's just an exchange for a pawn. Just an
but
if you don't win it.
Okay, g3.
Yeah, but bishop b3, bishop b6 could be
king f3. Just keep the king out and bring
I see, of course, but of course, I mean, white is pushing, but it's like to say it's winning.
Well, in that position, you just showed, wasn't there king f4? King f4 and king e5 or king g5?
Even this position. Maybe, I mean, I don't know, king f4, king g7. You need to show a lot of technique here. Listen, the queen side is blocked, and black has 3 pawns against 2 at the king side. It's a minimal material advantage. I think I would be looking for more clarity. So 90.
Okay, yeah, that it does make sense to look for more clarity than this. Yeah. We were also playing the moves rather quickly, and Aronian does go for a knight e2. So maybe in this position, let's try to...
Just g3, that's it.
G3 here, okay.
Just one move, don't give up the pawn on f4. And now you take with all the comfort in the world, and this is just technical winning. And this is winning, and this is winning. Of course, he doesn't need to give up the pawn on f4. Knight e2. Okay, maybe not knight e4, but what do? I just want to play g3, I guess. I think Aronian has this.
Yeah, I definitely think that that Aronian has it here. And it's really nice just not dropping the pawn on f4, then you don't have to worry about if you have to show a lot of technique. But with just an exchange more in an endgame like this, a lot of open files for the pieces, it should be nice. And I would suspect that we perhaps see knight d4, knight takes, bishop takes g3, and then resigns. I have a feeling that this could be but I don't know how much you keep on playing, actually.
Okay, maybe Dominguez is gonna try to do something else.
I know if it was me, I would try to do some more moves.
Because bishop e3, this still drops the pawn on f4. So I think he might make something active like h5, because this still drops the pawn on f4, right? So let's say I would be thinking that would be my thought process: h5, g3, and something like h4. So trade some pawns, and maybe king h5, king g4, try to activate the king, and keep the knight on e3. But then again, wait, I just still take it, right? It doesn't change anything. And maybe maybe something like this, h3.
But knight g1?
Yeah, of course. You're finding all the moves.
Well, we just have to be careful that there's not suddenly any knight f2 checkmate. But besides that, I think
maybe
I think
king
we're good.
h5.
Wow, really on adventure.
Yeah, but what to do? I mean, we can lose only once, right? So the point is after g3, go king g4. And after the take here, king f3. I mean, what else to do? I mean, it's...
Okay, but after king h5, we should try to find something else. Because why play g3 if we're not forced to?
Okay, but what do you want to play? Because I want to get rid of this pawn on c2 as quickly as possible. And this might drop the pawn on f4 once again. King h5, that would be my guess that Dominguez is going to do. Either resign or play king h5.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
Takes, rook c2. This... Oh, wait.
But this is a little bit different than before because after rook c7, we're both attacking a7 and g7.
Yeah, this is different. I do agree.
Oh, wait, we don't have rook c7.
Yeah, we don't have it, but maybe there's something like g3.
Or rook a5, perhaps? Rook c5, sorry.
And in g6?
No, it's not different. That's not different.
Let's just wait for the next move. I think it's going to be king h5. Because once again, I mean, knight e4 drops the game on the spot, takes g3. Okay, then Dominguez resigns after g3. I just see no other moves really. How else do you play? It's just an exchange down, and that's a technical possession. h5, very nice attempt, but after g3, h4, takes, this knight g1 idea, wins on the spot. So the last chance I would be looking for, if I was Dominguez, is king h5, king g4, just go for some crazy activity.
And Dominguez, with only 1 minute on the clock, probably has to make a move very soon. It is move 36, but I feel like the game is going to end soon enough. Levon with 53 minutes on the clock is not going to.
Maybe indeed it's fatigue.
But should we? Yeah, but I was thinking, should we try to look at what went wrong once again?
It's this 95. I don't think that the opening.
No, but I mean, because we did see the engine bar drop when Levon played bishop d2. So what else should he have played besides what he went for?
So bishop d2 was a mistake, right?
No, but bishop d2 was the mistake, and then rook c1, f5.
f5 is normal, queen c4.
Yeah. And then what should he play here? Because we saw knight e3 and we figured out that it was a mistake, but we didn't think about what else that black could have gone for here.
So white's threat is rook e1, I guess.
Yeah, because now there is no queen takes e1, bishop takes e1, c1.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there was some engine move like king d7. And the engine says it's okay to draw. Okay. Yeah, I guess maybe something like king d7 try to fix the king's position, but I won't.
And we don't have to look out for any queen a4 checks trying to bring in the queen.
Bring it where?
I'm not sure.
To a4. Yeah, maybe, but I saw, of course, the bar, but I wouldn't really jump and say it's draw.
No, of course not.
Yeah, Levon missed the idea of Dominguez, but still he's the one who was in the driving seat, and so knight e3 was already a mistaken difficult position. By the way, knight g4 is on the board, not king h5.
Yeah. So if we just take the pawn immediately, okay, he goes for g3.
I'm not sure how it really changes something.
No, well, he has to. He had to make a move.
I would have played king h5 really.
But in the position, I see some people saying that 31 f4 was the move that he should have played.
31 f4.
Yeah, I was thinking of suggesting
here. This is not the intuitive move because you played f5 to limit the knight on g3. Now, why would you play f4 so that you allow the knight jump to e4? This is not how you play.
Yeah, that is true.
He found another way how to fight. Knight c5.
Now attacking the pawn on b3. And if b4, then what?
And then, of course, I want to keep the pawn.
Yeah.
I want to keep the pawn. b4, I guess knight e3. Take.
Take, yeah.
Now, where's the idea? maybe.
Well, maybe it does seem like he made the move with 1 second on the clock.
Oh, okay. Maybe his idea is to push the pawn on b4 because it's going to be easier to organize a counterplay. All right, listen. Let's also not forget about the other game because it's still ongoing. Aronian looks very close to winning. So after knight g5, rook f8, bishop g6, knight b3, intermezzo move, knight e6. Okay. And knight
oh
h6.
my goodness! Wait, what is all this? What is all this craziness that's happening? Can you go? So, he went for knight b3, but maybe we should take it a little bit slower.
Okay.
Because knight he didn't take. We were watching these lines a little bit, with h takes, but we didn't quite figure out how to exactly do this.
But I like this.
Yeah, this was the problem.
I like it. So white wins a couple of pawns for the 2 knights, which are not doing anything, and I just push aggressively the pawns once I win the exchange. I understand.
Yeah.
This I understand. And the knight b3 is a very nice intermezzo move, which you include. So rook c3 is going to be some knight e2 check, I guess, and then choose the right moment to take the pieces. I'm sorry?
Okay, but rook c3, knight d2, king c2.
Yeah, but there could be some differences. Let's say.
Like what? Now we are attacking the knight, and if you take, you have the same problem.
I cannot say in 5 seconds. I need to pay a bit attention. I'm not sure. The position is very, very complex. Wait, so rook c3. So the knight is under attack. It makes sense to give a check. Okay, king c2.
And king c2.
What does it change?
Do we have to try to open the f file to put pressure on?
Yeah, I was looking at some rook f2 ideas. I just not sure how do I execute them. Maybe it's something like, I don't know, bishop c8. Somehow this works.
Wow, bishop c8. Because on bishop takes f7, you want to go h6?
Yeah, and even this, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is so difficult to calculate. You know, it really begs the question, did Hikaru calculate all of this here?
No, he didn't. No, I don't believe. Also because he has 18 minutes left. There's no way.
Like a semi-blunder, to be honest. I mean, how do you calculate all of this here?
Or maybe I think he might have seen until here and seen some bishop takes g3 stuff, and then only calculated it concretely when he got to the position.
I have no idea. We are going to find it out, I guess, after the game. But anyway, knight e6 was played. Whatever the reason why rook c3 is not working, I think it's going to take us something like 15 minutes to understand why exactly. Knight h7, rook g8, and bishop d3.
Okay, so now if knight takes c1, what's the count? I need to know. It's an exchange.
About equal. No, wait.
Oh, it's not an exchange because the rook on f8 is under attack.
A white has an x or something. No, it's equal. Oh my goodness, so difficult to calculate.
Yeah, I know. It's because the pawn structure is so weird. So calculating here. No. Why does a pawn? Why does a pawn?
It's a bit weird, right? Because this material imbalance has been hanging in there for so long, it's really difficult to feel the exchange. And bishop d3, Hikaru sacrifices the exchange. Oh, wow. That's a brilliant idea. I love it.
Yeah, yeah. This was what I like. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, this is why it's incredibly difficult to explain this. what's wrong with rook c3, knight e2, because there's some forced lines. After knight a6, knight h7, Hikaru saw that he can sacrifice, exchange for a pawn. And I like this really, because look at the queen side. So the bar says it's equal. It's not equal. Totally, Hikaru is controlling the game, because if Rapport is going to take the exchange, takes, and if White manages to push forward the pawns, his evaluation is only going to increase, because those are monster pawns backed by a very strong.
Those pawns are so difficult to deal with, but isn't the knight quite close to getting trapped though?
Yeah, but
like rook g7,
rook g7,
and then rook h6, and you just go to h5,
or maybe rook f8.
Oh, to put pressure on f2. Yeah.
Wait, just a second. So how forced is this? A bishop d3, I take on c1. Probably you take with the king, rook g7.
I mean, if allowed, I'm just taking the knight. So.
What about this one?
Oh, you want knight h7?
Yeah.
Okay, but if I.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About equal. There's a good chance we're going to get this. Yeah,
but you can get this from the other line as well, though. If you, instead of rook f8, go rook h6 and knight h5, and then we. No, in this, and then rook h6.
Yeah, with rook h6, you're not forcing matters, because I play knight h5. I play unless you sacrifice the exchange.
Yeah. I was thinking rook g5.
But I'm not forced to give it up anymore.
And if you, because I was thinking if you go to f4, I had rook takes g4.
No, I understand, but I think Rapport understands the strength of these passed pawns. I would be concerned. I would be really concerned. These queenside pawns don't mean anything at the moment, because they're not moving on one pawn on b2 holds the entire queenside. So I would be looking for ways to escape it. Rook g7 feels very forced. Knight f6 feels forced. Rook f8, g5, rook g5, knight h7. All of this feels forced. So I guess it's rook g to g8, knight f8, h4, h5, and something like this. It could happen, and then black very quickly plays.
That comes very quickly, because I was going to ask if you weren't worried about bishop e2, rook g1, rook g6. But I guess it's very fast, though. I'm not sure. Bishop e2, knight d7. In that variation where you said rook h6.
Black already feels fine, no? Here.
Okay, but bishop e2. Are you in time? I'm wondering.
I need to play rook g6, but the pawn is very slow. I mean, I'm also very fast here.
Okay, because I was thinking if you went with the knight to f6, it would be
something like this, right?
Yeah, in time.
I always will make it.
Mm.
I think this would be my mindset if I'm Rapport. And anything else, okay, maybe there's some knight h5. Knight h5, rook f2. By the way, sacrifice the pawn. Knight f4, and then push the pawn. This, by the way, is very interesting.
Another question, though, because bishop d3 is moved 26. So there's still 14 more moves to make before the time control. How much do you think time matters in a position like this? Because I guess it has clarified a little bit, but
not yet. We are going to see the next couple of moves, how exactly it's called clarifying, because I think if black is going to give up the exchange for a pawn, then yes, but if let's say after knight c1, king c1, Hikaru is going to sacrifice another pawn with knight h5, it's still very
but no, the rook on g7 is hanging.
Oh, sorry. Wait, it's just rook g. The rook on g7 is hanging. Oh my goodness! Then it's not so simple.
Yes,
then.
So maybe you can't get this.
Wait.
But we do officially have the result that Levon Aronian has won his game against the Nir Dominguez. It didn't last many moves from what we saw, because after the knight went to c5, b4 was played, And yeah, this was the end of the game.
So we could only go back to the critical moment, which was right after the opening. Very interesting one. So I think Dominguez simply crashed under the intense pressure from Aronian. After King G1, he was so impressed with his bishop d4, bishop b2, which, you know, to be honest, if it's not losing by force, then you should do this, because the game still continues to be very sharp. And instead, he just made this very strange looking knight e5, knight c6, and probably Lanier is about kicking himself for this very slow maneuver, which cost him 2 tempos, and Aronian just plays b3 and his position just collapses. So he lost the game pretty much here. And he was given the second chance after Aronian made a mistake with bishop d2. Whatever was the best choice, was it queen h7 or bishop f2? Bishop d2 appeared to be a bit too slow, and after queen c4, knight e3 already was the losing mistake. So it would seem.
Yeah. And I guess Aronian fans, they must be very, very happy. Be very happy today. Levon, he came in with some great prep. Though we shouldn't rule out Dominguez just yet, because Dominguez is playing with the white pieces tomorrow. And I'm sure Dominguez is happy that if he had to lose one of the games, it had to be the one with the black pieces. So for sure, tomorrow, he will try to put on some extra pressure on Aronian and see if he can get a win to force the players into tiebreaks.
Yeah. And I just hallucinated in this line of Nakamura against Rapport. I completely hallucinated and knight h5 hits the rook. So that's why it's not so simple. So maybe he's not going to do this. He has to do something else.
But shouldn't he try to keep the exchange then, if you can't do all of this?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Because I thought if I can give away the exchange for a pawn in this line, I would totally go for this. But I'm not so sure what happens after knight h5, which is a very valid question. Very valid question. I'm generally scared about those pawns.
Yeah, I guess we need to get that knight on b6 into play very, very quickly.
Maybe I need to push somehow aggressively my pawns. Something like c5. Create some counterplay.
And then if it takes, you want to go knight d7 and some e5?
Yeah, just take it, apply some pressure, b4, a5. I'm not sure how human is this even. Is this even working? Because it's very
well,
easy.
I think it looks very interesting, because if you get that pawn on d4 away, you also have ideas of going e5, e4. And oh wait, okay. Oh no, never mind. I had an idea, but it didn't work.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to get in trouble for black. I see the bar.
I have a new idea. How about we go knight d7 here? Then we are threatening to go rook g7.
And keep the knight imprisoned. I like that.
Yeah, and then we can play e5 after. And then we get some of the same ideas as you had. Okay. Then I can play e5. Yeah. That was so mean. I shouldn't have told you my plan. Okay. Then I'll play c5 instead.
Now, something like this. Let's say black does nothing. Something like...
Oh, wait, knight f6. Oh, no, the e6 pawn is hanging. Yeah, knight c7, knight e, king e7, knight e6.
Let me just show you what I was aiming for. If white gets something like this, this can very easily get strategically lost position, despite the fact a lost position for black. But despite the fact that he has an exchange, these pawns are marching. Are marching forward. So
they are, and that bishop on d3 is making a great impression.
Yeah, it's a very critical moment. Once again, let me show you. Let's say knight d7. It makes sense. I do agree. Let's say f4. The knight goes to g5. How do you stop it? Maybe
not stop it. Yeah, c5.
c5.
But perhaps. But why take it though? What's the point of taking? If we go knight g6, there's still an e6 pawn which has to be defended.
Okay, I can also not take it. Take, and black should try to establish some counterplay here, like knight f6.
And now if knight e6, you want to take on g4 because
Yeah.
the rook on h1 is hanging. So how about rook e1? Or maybe you counter sacrifice somewhere.
Yeah. Also, rook e1 looks good. Yeah, I like it. Maybe it's even better than bishop e2. Bishop e2 is very passive. But rook g7 is on the board.
Okay. So we expect that knight f6 will be played rather quickly, as otherwise black will take the knight on h7 and be up a piece.
Okay, I mean, technically, he could try to toy with some ideas of g5. Give away 2 pieces and have very fast running pawns, but I don't see how they're going to make it. So like h5, knight f8, there's no way. There's just no way they're promoting. So, of course, knight f6 is played.
But okay, I bet that he was thinking about it for at least, like, maybe he was thinking about it for a short minute. Because if you can go g5, it would be very nice to play. And he plays a move that we didn't consider because he plays rook f7. I guess the same ideas as we had. Now there's just no rook on g7 hanging in any lines after knight h5.
But that is brilliant, Ellen, because he found a way to sacrifice the exchange. After
g5?
Yeah, this is his idea.
You think he wants to sacrifice like this?
Yes, I think so. Otherwise, why do you go here? It's so dangerous with those pawns. We missed it. We saw the right idea, and I think he's looking for this. I'm not sure. Maybe knight e7. Okay, knight e7, f7 still keeps the pawn. h4, h5. I just stop you.
Yeah.
And bishop e2 is the same.
But this pawn structure, rook g7 here could be an issue, no?
Yeah,
or rook g7, knight d7.
Yeah, of course he sacrifices. Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. He just improved our idea.
But I'm very curious about that pawn structure. Very, very curious about the pawn structure. Because
you mean the rising structure?
Yeah, the one we have on the board right now.
No, but imagine also from Robert's perspective. Okay, I see the bar slightly doesn't like it, but also he has genuine troubles, genuine fears about the pawns, right? White is going to play f4, knight g4, h4, h5, etc. I don't argue. Maybe the engine says something like knight e7. It's great, yeah. Take. But look at these pawns. Look at them.
Yeah, from a practical point of perspective, this is probably not just what you want to be sitting with.
If I would see this idea from black, I also would have played this. The bar doesn't like it though. Takes, rook f8. Probably h4, h5. There's something great.
Okay, but how about you're mentioning this h4, h5 ideas, and you're mentioning to play it very quickly, but I'm wondering, do we have to push the pawn immediately, or can we try to improve our position in some other way? Maybe you just want that rook to be stuck on h6, but if we could improve our position somehow.
I mean, okay, there could be an idea. I mean, I could try to play this, sacrifice a pawn, play rook g8, rook h8, and push the pawn as far as h7. That's also an idea, by the way. It involves a pawn sacrifice. Let's say play here, and now you play here at h4. But then, how obvious is this? Okay, I'm not the one to give an answer here. h5, h6, h7, rook g8, queen. That's my idea. Very, forward. But it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tempos. The logic dictates black is going to find something. You cannot calculate everything. You simply have to take a leap of faith if you go here. So I don't think Hikaru is going to do this. He wants to keep some degree of control. So I would expect h4, h5, maybe bishop e2, maybe rook g1. And we already saw this line. Something here, and perhaps f4. Something along the lines of this variation. And then after knight f6, he can still play rook g5, keep the pawn and h5 alive, and then slightly press it. I would play like this.
Okay, but how is your plan to keep on playing in this position? How do you want to improve your position?
I didn't think
Because we
so.
also yeah, but we also can't forget about all black's pawns break in this position. There are ideas with c5 and pushing the queenside pawns.
I don't argue. I don't argue, but then again, we simply asked the question from Rapid's perspective. What choice did you get, right? So, okay, this is just a mind-boggling sequence. I kind of suspect it was a semi-blunder from Hikaru. I kind of suspect it, or maybe he just proves he's 2800 level player and he saw everything from afar. Maybe his gut feeling was saying that even if he drops the pawn, this craziness which is happening at the queen side somehow gives him great play. That's why he is Hikaru.
Yes, for sure.
This was a leap of faith, but can you see this from afar? I don't know.
Well, I thought it was very, very interesting, and he definitely calculated it very, very well, I have to say.
Yeah, maybe.
And he made sure to find some real... I also think this is something that Hikaru is very, very good at. Of course, he's very strong in a lot of things, but finding practical resources and finding out what is the most difficult for the opponent to deal with. He's so good in blitz and bullet and all of these fast time controls, and just this practical nature of his play, it really shows in a game like this, I feel.
I think it was some very good calculation with a gut feeling. So that's it. If it was not a blunder, or maybe it was just a blunder and then he found some very good combinations, also could be possible. But it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter because this is what we have on the board.
But you think he will play h4 here?
That's how I would play. Because this is your pass pawn, you need to push it. Or maybe he's looking for this rook g1, rook g8, rook h8 idea. Once again, we can try to toy with this idea here. Wait. I thought I can force the rook trade, but I don't. Yeah, I don't. And if I give a check, I play here, you take it, h4. Knight c4. This already costs so much. Nah, there's no way. There's no way he's gonna go here. No, you cannot even play rook g8 because there's h8. I don't see Hikaru playing this.
No, that also seemed like a stretch probably. The knight on b6, though far away, can quite quickly enter the game.
Maybe there's some trick, by the way, that black is not obliged to take with the rook. He can take with the knight somehow. Knight
it's also
h5 and like here.
I don't think he's necessarily thinking about the move h4. He could also be thinking just right now because he knows that none of them have too much time. So he could also be thinking to just try to find a tricky move later in some kind of variation. He could have made sure that he wants to play this h4, rook f6, h5, rook h6, but then he wants to find a tricky move there and somehow to make Rapport spend time in another position.
Yeah, but which position? I'm just trying to figure out what else he can do. I mean, okay, he can try to play king d2, king e2, but you're still going to push the h-pawn later.
Well, king d2, maybe black goes for knight c4. How is that one? Or maybe knight c4, and now we can take it because our rook is behind the pawn and we can push it.
I just see no reason for Hikaru to do this, really. So I still stand what I said. I mean, I think it's going to be this. Here, bishop e2, protect the pawn to free the rook. Then probably, maybe he's trying to calculate this line. Oh, by the way, knight e7, rook g1, knight f6. But okay, you still have rook g5.
No, but this is where I was calculating rook g6 earlier.
Yeah, maybe rook g6 works, maybe it doesn't.
If the bishop was just on d3, oh, bishop h5, there's king e7.
Yeah, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. You know?
Bishop g6. Well, the king can't enter, at least. Oh, the king can enter via f6.
I think Hikaru wants to keep some degree of control. He pins his corpse with the H pawn. I'm a bit surprised he's thinking maybe there's something what he doesn't like really about this. Definitely not rook f2, right? Rook f2, h6, here, h7. This is lights out, right?
He does go h4.
Yeah, he plays
as expected. I think he was just trying to calculate moves later in the variation to make sure that he could blitz out the moves. Because Report does very quickly answer with rook takes f6.
Now I think this is going to be a very forced line.
Yeah, okay. H5 on the board.
Then I don't know what he's going to do after rook g1. Position, I guess, the rook to g5, activate the king.
But I also like your variation of bringing the king first instead of the knight.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe put the king here first. White is better, but is he winning? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know either. Also, because we can see, okay, Hikaru goes king d2, but we can see on the little evaluation bar below that it's lying around those 1 or 2, and not just it's lying around 1 or 2 plus for white, which in an endgame, it really depends on how good your technique is and how well the opponent defends and how difficult they make it for you.
Ellen, he has a different idea, I think.
Okay.
He wants to play king e2, king f3, king g4.
He wants to go full report on report.
I think this is because I did. That's why he was thinking. He was thinking about probably this bishop e2, rook g1, and now king e2, totally, I'm sure, is going to follow king d6, king f3, king g4, try to play king g5. But the question, does he make it? Does he make it even? Here?
Well, king c7, king e2 is on the board.
Here? Yeah, but you don't make it, don't you?
Do you have to make it, though?
No, I want to get to g5. I want to get to g5.
Yeah, but king f6, bishop g6, and then we try to transfer the rook to the other.
Maybe this.
Aha. That could also be an idea.
Yeah. I think this is what he saw. Wow, he's very good, definitely. Big surprise, right? Big surprise. Yeah, king f3 is going to follow in a heartbeat, totally. King f3, king g4, rook h3. Yeah, because this is an endgame, and Hikaru just does what you're supposed to do in endgames. You activate the king, because the king is an extra piece. You want to make sure that it's activated. I was looking for bishop e2, rook g1, because I thought that you need to protect the pawn on h5, but Hikaru shows that you just activate the king first. And I agree.
The king is an incredibly important piece in the endgame, and king f3 also on the board. I mean, do you think Rapport has seen this but missed the rook h3 idea? Because he's also...
Maybe he missed it, but now he sees.
But he's just playing so quickly. He also just played king e7.
Yeah, because
I mean,
he needs to get the king to the king side. Now there's a choice.
And he didn't have any options of trying to include knight d7, knight f6 first? Because he's playing this really fast. No, and after king d2, this is the idea that you see.
Yeah, but maybe he just saw that, okay, knight f6, king goes here, but this pawn goes forward, right? And the king is going to be necessary here anyway. So that's why he puts the king.
I meant earlier.
What?
I meant earlier in the game.
Where?
Well, before all this king c7 stuff.
Here?
Yeah, maybe.
You mean 97 here?
Well, just to try for something else, if we can see that this rook h3 idea is very strong.
It doesn't work. Yeah. Unless you want to play knight g8.
Well, that wasn't really my first idea to go knight g8.
No, you don't make it. I think he has the right idea. He wants to put the king at the king side. So that maybe ideally he's looking for a position where, let's say he positions some of the rook here and the king hides somewhere here, so that the rook is open for a counterplay and the king is stopping the h pawn. I think that's Robert's idea. Is it good? I don't know. I mean, makes sense.
Rook h3 also on the board. And they are getting closer and closer to move 40. Rook h3 was move 37, so time is not an issue here.
The bar is not, of course, impressed with Richard's position.
No, it really isn't.
Okay, so I would expect something like 97. 97. Oh, there could be something like this.
Oh, and then rook f3, rook f7. And yeah, this is not nice.
It looks very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
How do you play? Okay, maybe king g7 right away. King g7 with some.
But king g5. This has been your
king g5,
idea all along.
Yeah.
Or even start with bishop g6. But then maybe you want to go knight d7, knight f8.
I mean, bishop g6. So
knight d7, rook f. Yeah, maybe was this what you wanted with knight f8?
Yeah, and then we have to go back, right? We don't want to. Yeah, so that's why I guess king g5 right away. Okay, what can he do? Maybe rook h8. Allow the pawn to be pushed forward.
Wow, that seems incredibly dangerous, no?
Yeah, I agree, but what else? Also, this is still dangerous. Nothing has changed.
Mm-hmm.
On h6 or bishop g6 still might be a big threat. Huge trouble, by the way, for Robert.
Yeah, but yeah, how do you... Can you try to start some counterattack? Some way, like pushing... Okay, let's say we go knight d7.
Okay.
I don't know. I just... Maybe c5? Or e5?
Maybe try to trade as many pawns as he can. Yeah, that does make sense. Okay, knight e7. I'm going to give you a check. Here. I'm going to go here.
Mm-hmm.
So my threat is here.
Yeah, and it's the same if we go knight f6, then bishop g6 even cuts off the knight while protecting the h-pawn. So, and if, oh, this is a funny line actually, bishop g6, knight e4, then bishop takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, and rook f7 here.
That's
but
right.
rook f7, king h6, king f6. Oh, this is not winning. King f7. Yeah, this is a problem.
it could be a problem. This could
Well,
be a problem, actually.
we found a way to win for black. Wasn't this the whole point of everything?
There's a hope. There's hope for black.
Yeah.
This.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So 97. What was it? 97. Rook f3. King g7. King g5. Knight f6, bishop g6. Of course, we don't have to play rook f7. It's fun line.
No. We can, yeah, rook f4. It was just this this line.
Nice one.
Yeah, and here because the rook on h6 is so passive, I guess there's no chance. So
okay, let me try to do something here. King g7, king g7, rook, king g5. I'm going to wait for you to play rook h3 so that I can respond with rook h8. So let me try to do something like this. Knight c8. So that knight e6 protects the f7 square.
That's a good, okay, knight c8, because all this time I was only looking at knight d7 moves, but of course there's still knight c8 also.
Yeah, maybe there's going to be some checks here on f7.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is important somehow. So let's say bishop g6, knight e6, and here, and here, and rook f6. And that's it. Okay, how do you protect the pawn on e6?
I don't. Oh yes, no. I had new ideas with knight e4. But bishop e4, rook h5, king h5, king f6 is a piece down.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Mm.
Oh, big trouble for Robert. And maybe this is one of those interesting moments when the human choice was actually a mistake. This is also my thought process. I also thought about this. Rook f6, rook f8. I wanted to simplify. I thought I'm in time. And the Hikaru played this king d2. I was also only focusing on bishop e2, rook g1, rook goes God knows where. I simply also didn't see this idea. Very powerful idea, rook h3. And by now, I think Robert feels he has a lot of trouble.
Someone is saying rook takes h5 in a line, but I'm not quite sure where it was.
Not sure. Okay, also chat is making me smile. We are reading your comments, by the way. We are
reading.
So, be nice. That's it. We're just trying to imagine what the players are thinking here about, making our best guess. Yes, we are reading what you're saying there. Thank you. All right.
And knight c8 is on the board. He's trying to bring the knight into the game.
Knight c8. Check. This is sort of what we already saw here.
And rook f3 blitzed out.
Yep. King g7.
But do you have ideas? Okay. It's important to point out knight e7 or bishop g6, knight e7, rook f7 is an issue.
There's a lot of issues.
A
lot of issues. Bishop g6 is played. So the threat is knight e7, rook f7. You cannot do that.
You have to go knight d6 probably just to
knight
stop
e6,
this
king g5. Black is about to get in a zugzwang, really. I mean, wait, just a second. I found the trick. I think this is Robert's idea. Check it out. Rook h8, rook f6. This is what the chat was saying, rook h5. Was it?
Oh, because here rook h5.
I thought
bishop e4, knight e4. Yeah.
I thought I was the one who discovered this, but this rook h5 was mentioned, and me and Ellen were wondering what rook h5, where rook h5? Okay, here. Here. Okay. Nicely spotted. Yeah. Whoever said it first.
So instead, you're saying rook h8 here. Then we don't go rook f6. Then we do something else.
Yeah, something else, because this is Robert's idea. Maybe rook f4, f3, e4, e5. What about this one?
Okay, I mean, if we get to play rook f7, we're probably just winning. And this is indeed a way to do it by going f3, e4. And I mean, black here can't really move the rook from h8.
No.
Or from the h file, because as soon as you do, there's h6.
Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe he can. Let me just try to do this. Okay, I'm going to start seeking some counterplay. Let's say a5, right? f3, a5, a4, e4, take a lot of pawns, and now position the rook far away.
Okay, so but I start by e5.
Now, my point was I wanted to get to this position. That was my point. So maybe I have to do it earlier. So let's say, okay, not rook f6, rook f4. I'm going to start with a5, f3, and now play here, e4, takes, and king h8. But this should be lost, right?
And if e5, do you go knight f5?
Maybe knight c4. Try to seek some counterplay here.
Oh yeah, knight f5 is not is
That's
not
the only
working
thing
because
I can imagine.
there
That's
will
the
be
only thing I can imagine what black can do. Just do something like a queen side. And what else? What else?
Mhm.
Maybe this. Take it. King f6. Here.
Ooh, but now isn't it very close to mate? Well, I guess not,
Where's the
maybe.
mate? Check.
If you can go h7, no, it doesn't work.
Let me see what tempo.
Hey, it doesn't work because you want to go rook g8, but the pawn on h7 is hanging.
Almost a mate, no? No, there's no mate.
Okay, but there we do have a few. I mean, it's also a long and complicated line, but it is a way for black to try to create some counterplay. And king g5 is on the board, and we're expecting rook h8.
Yeah, rook h8 should be played. And this is, by the way, also the end of the first time control. They've reached move 40. This means extra time. You can calculate it quite deep. And since black has a pawn majority at the queen side, I think you want to create a counterplay. So you're going to sit here passively. This is not going to work for you. That should be losing. So I think Rappert is just trying to make work. Can he do this? Once again, a5, rook h8. By the way, who said I even need to push h6? I just continue with the plan.
And then you, and then you go e5 before you push h6. But still, king h8, what is the difference between having pushed h6 or not?
Maybe the difference is I'm just in time to snatch.
But knight takes. Oh, you can't go knight takes b2 yet.
Wait, let me check how forced is this. Once again, I mean, this is a very forced line. It would seem. Rook f4. Oh, wait. Rook f4, right? a5. f3. I have to put the rook here. e4. Okay, maybe this is not forced.
Wait, can you go e4 first?
Me here?
Yeah. No. Maybe. And then I would go bishop takes.
Yeah, but why?
Because now I want to play rook f6 next.
Ah, bishop d3, rook f6.
Yeah, bishop. Yeah, first so that the bishop is
on f7. Now you have to go back.
Yeah, king h4.
Why did we ruin our pawn structure?
Okay, yeah.
I mean, maybe. No, I think this is very straightforward. f3, e4, e5. Get to the access to the f7 square. Rook f6, a5, f3, rook goes here. E4.
Oh, wait. That was a great suggestion. After you play rook a8, then we go rook f6, because now there's not these tricks about rook takes h5 anymore.
After what?
After we played f3. Yeah, rook a8, now rook e6.
Wow.
Because then we don't have these tricks anymore. And the e6 pawn is
that's
dropping.
That's a very valid point. That is
and then we don't, because in all the other lines, we were losing so much time with playing e4 and taking and playing e5. But now it seems like we get it all with tempo, because when we take on e6, the knight has to move. And we have rook e8 check ideas as well sometimes.
That is a very good point. Yep, I like it. a4, rook e6. Now this might be a crucial tempo. And by the way, we snatched pawn b7.
And we can even, after king h8, go king h6, no?
Yeah, maybe with this idea, give a check.
And then bishop f7 and rook h8. Yeah, maybe we should show that actually, because that's very nice. Knight takes b2.
Thanks.
There's rook h7, king g8.
Let me give a checkmate somehow.
You want to rather give a checkmate, and then you want to go bishop e6? That's very nice. Okay, so this is another good one.
Nice.
But there was also, yeah. Let's just for clarity show the other one where we won the rook, maybe.
Yeah. So rook f6 would be a mistake because of rook h5. This already was shown, right? King h5 drops the rook on f6, and bishop h5. There's a fork on e4, right? So you don't want to do that. So rook f4 is a preparation move. With f3, I thought initially e4, e5, but I stand corrected. Okay, I didn't see that f3, and then you play rook f6. Now works. And this is how, this is, by the way, a classical example how works a human mind, because you see an idea like rook f6, you're like, okay, there's rook h5, it doesn't work. And you start to work on the second idea. And then you work on the second idea, okay, rook f3, f3, e4, and now you see that this e5 works, and you simply forget everything about the first idea. But sometimes you can think also, can improve it, can improve the first idea, which is
also sometimes just this fact of trying to combine two ideas is something that is very important to work on. And that's also why during a game, it's important to try to look for ideas. Even though you think an idea is very weird and might even be very bad in a specific position, just because you got the idea, that means that later in the game, if you have, like, suddenly that idea may be working in combination with something else. And then because you saw the idea earlier, it will be so much easier to incorporate that idea later in the game. So yeah, really, really important to see ideas, even though you think they might be dumb. Because no ideas in chess are dumb. It's just a question of making them work.
Well, Robert is just lost, no?
Well, I guess it's very, very concrete, and it comes down to calculation. But it seems like rook a8, a5, a4, knight c4, knight b2, a3, a2, a1 is incredibly slow.
Very
really,
slow.
Really slow. Yeah.
So once again, king g5. Wait, why is it not updating? King g5, most likely, it's going to be a5. Rook f4. I go here.
Okay, but can we try to find other ideas than a5 if we found out that this is not quite working?
Other ideas. Okay, I can start with rook h8. I guess this rook on h6 is not doing anything, right? Rook h8, rook f4. Okay, maybe here.
Maybe here. Do we have to move the rook from h8? What if we try to create the passed pawn with a5 and b5?
Okay, f3, a4, and rook f6.
B5.
Yeah, but you already see yourself how slow is this, right?
Yeah, it's just it's not
maybe
working.
some knight f7, by the way. Okay, but this is even 2 pawns down.
Knight f7, take on c6. Yeah.
Maybe nah.
And actually, a5, rook f4 is played.
Yeah, it really makes sense. This rook f4. If we figured out this in something like 10 minutes, I think for Hikaru, it was 1 minute.
And then trying to calculate if it, like, all the nuances.
He dodged the rook f6 trap, so he sees it. Of course, he saw rook h5. Very nice idea.
Yeah. But Arturs, I was wondering, we only had one break so far, and maybe as it is after move 40, I guess that report he will try to find some ideas and some ways of trying to make life difficult for Nakamura here. I expect that he will be thinking quite a bit. So why don't you say that we take a break?
All right, let's take a break. Break of something like 5 minutes. We're going to be back because Rapid is not running down on the clock. They already reached the second time control. He gets extra 30 minutes, but I wouldn't be surprised that he's going to resign. I hope we are not going to miss that, but either way, 5 minutes break. We are going to be back shortly.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
He's challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1e4 based on 1e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe e4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
And we're back live from FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin, the first stage. The semifinals have already started. This is game 1. The first time control has finished. Levon Aronian already beat Lanier Dominguez in a crazy game where the American Dominguez made a very strange mistake, blundering. Not sure what he really blundered, but he lost his way in the complications, and Aronian was able to score a very nice victory. And here we have the second semifinal game. Hikaru Nakamura already has seemingly technically winning position against Richard Rappert.
Yeah, and we have been looking at quite a few of the variations. They have reached move 40. So the reason why you see that the time is on zeros is because Rapport is taking his time. He hasn't yet gotten his additional time. Well, he has gotten his additional time, but it's just not showing on our clock before he makes his 42nd move, actually. He's in a very, very tough position. So we couldn't quite find a good idea for Rapport. But please do remember that we are reading all the chats on Twitch, YouTube, and chess24.com. So if you have any questions, anything you would like to ask us while we are sitting here and waiting for a report to make a move, then, please do let us know. And we will do our best to answer as well as we can.
Yep. Yeah, f3, rook f6. That is the threat. f3, rook f6. That's not the only threat. The other threat is also f3, e4, e5. And ultimately, the rook is either getting to either f7 or f6. Once again, immediate rook f6 here was not possible because of rook takes on h5. Very nice counter strike. So that's why f3 is the idea. So that after rook f6, rook h5, there's bishop h5, and there's no fork on e4 because the pawn takes it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you think, Ellen? How many moves would Rappert make here? Because obviously his idea is to make a pass pawn at the queen side. It just doesn't seem to work, does it?
How many moves he needs on the queen side?
A lot. A lot of
1, 2,
moves.
3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, or maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it doesn't really change. It's still 6. Still 6 moves. And for white, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and check start. So let
the check red starts. Yeah.
Yeah, and the check start. Okay, a4. What was it here? And here. We already saw this line like 5 times already.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe something like this, and give knight f7 check. What about this one?
if we take and play rook f6 check.
What? Take it.
Yeah.
And here.
Rook f6. And then king g6.
Here.
Take c6.
Here.
Oh, I'm just one tempo short because I wanted to go rook b6, but you just play a3, and then I can't take on b4 because a2.
There's a good chance that even this is winning, by the way. I mean, takes, but at least black has...
Oh, yeah, okay.
Not winning, by the way.
And a4? e4, sorry.
Shouldn't be a forced line, right?
Well, no, definitely not. I was just trying to see if the...
Maybe something like this. Here, check, here, takes. No, I'm sure that Hikaru can improve the line, but I'm just trying to figure out what to do here for rapid, because anything else is just...
No, but I like that way of trying. So
yeah.
Let's look a bit deeper at that.
So once again, rook e4, a4, f3, rook h8. But by the way, maybe after e4, e5, I can still sacrifice on f5. Okay, let's just try this. Rook f6, rook goes here.
Rook e6 and knight f7. This was our line. How about we start with h6 then?
Or e4, e5 also. Okay, but let's start h6. And I take it.
And then we take. And then we have some of the same checkmating ideas as before. With here, and because we had some nice checkmates.
Yeah, I just try to figure out where they are. This might be not the same position.
Bishop e8.
Whoa.
King g6. Rook h7. Bishop f7. Yes.
Now I just need.
And if the pawn had been on b5, that would be knight a4. Yeah.
That would be nice.
This is what I was going to say as well.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Just in time.
All right, does work. So once
but
again,
it's also, I have to say, it has to be a little bit scary that, because many of the variations we were looking at, it's a matter of a move or two, really, in many of the variations.
You're right.
You have to calculate it precisely.
Yeah, you do. You're right. But maybe there's also this f3, e4, e5 idea which works. So, yeah, seems to be completely winning. I'm just trying to find some ideas for Richard here, but there's just no ideas. No ideas whatsoever.
And I was also a little bit, what is it called? Curious about Nakamura's rating, because as many people here know, he has been above 2,800 before, but he's taken quite a bit of fall before he started streaming. So he went quite low and then started streaming and hasn't really played since, not gotten his rating up. In the tournament so far, he is winning 7.6 rating points. If he wins this game, he will win approximately 13, I guess. So he goes up and up and up. If he wins this game, he will be number 17 in the world. And then he will have surpassed quite a few players on the way.
Well, I think there's no denying that Hikaru's rating is lower than it should be, because I've always treated him maybe not 2800 caliber player, but at least 2770, 2780. I mean, top 10, clearly. So 2736, it feels a bit below his capabilities. And I think he dropped quite a lot of rating when he was starting the streaming career, maybe lost a bit motivation, and then he became inactive. So here in this participation in the new Grand Prix, he seems to have found a new motivation, and it's working for him.
I'm also wondering, how much do you think this streaming has affected his chess? Because he has been streaming for 2 years, but he's just coming back to the chessboard and he's playing quite some chess. I also still remember that game where he beat Andrei Yesipenko with the white pieces in round 2 of the pools. That was some good stuff. That was some really, really good stuff.
No, I think he's still working on chess. I mean, I would find it difficult to believe that he stopped completely working on chess. He's just streaming. I think he probably is working something and preparing and analyzing, maybe not as heavily as before. But in one of the interviews, he did mention one quite an important thing, which was that the financial situation, I'm not remembering the exact phrase, but there's no pressure. Meaning if the income is good, then you don't feel any stress really. So naturally, he makes pretty good from streaming and probably from sponsors as well. So there's no stress. He's not gonna win the tournament. Okay, so be it, right?
Yeah, and Rapport, he said in his interview the other day that for him, at least, this pressure of chess being so result oriented. I don't know. There's a big focus on results in chess, which was why, or one of the reasons that Richie thought there was a lot of pressure on him to win, and he found this to be a very negative side effect of chess. But we do see knight e4, and now we can actually we can get the variation which was winning for black, because we did see that rook f7 here fails to king f7, king h6, king f6. So of course Nakamura is not going to fall for that. Instead he goes for rook takes e4, and because of this I will expect resignation shortly.
Yeah, but I think there's some tricks after rook f6. I like what he found. So you still need to correctly calculate the pawn endgame if Hikaru is going to go for something like f4, because rook f4 you need to make sure, is this working for you? Because rook f4, king f4, let's say king f, which should be winning, right? Maybe b5, a4. This is his idea. This is Rapport's idea.
Yeah.
Very quickly, if Hikaru doesn't do it and he plays f4, Rapport's idea is to play rook b5 and rook e5, rook f5 and rook b5. And suddenly this is a game.
Oh yeah, this is definitely a game right here.
Very interesting resource, by the way. We didn't see this, and Rapport is very creative in his defense. So not only this move, but rook f5. So Hikaru needs to calculate precisely what is happening after rook f4. Maybe rook h6 is going to be responding.
But instead of bringing the king around via e5, if we play rook f4, takes, can we bring it via e4 and d3?
Yeah, probably.
I just don't know if black leaves the pawn structure like that. King e4 and then king h6. How is this?
Yeah, no, this could get really tricky.
This could get messy.
Wait, how clear is this really?
To me, not at all.
Not at all, right? Just a second. Wait.
Actually, Hikaru played f4.
All right. So he didn't go here. So once again, rook f4 takes, b5.
No, I don't. Because there's no way that white can break up the pawn structure in any good way unless you go e4, d5.
There's no point to do that, right? Yeah, right.
Well, no, I wanted to do it with e4.
Here?
No, earlier.
I mean here.
Yeah. King e3. Oh, but I'm not in time. b4,
oh, wait.
king d. Wait.
But after e4, I'm going to play king h6. And now you want to play king e5.
Yeah, at least I wanted to see if I had time to pick up the pawns, but this shouldn't be working, I feel. Huh?
Yeah, it's not working. Black promotes first and kind of look drawish.
Queen e1 at least.
Yeah, queen e1, take it.
Mm.
f4, indeed. So Richard found some resources f4, rook f5, I guess king g4, and rook b5.
But how about rook e5? No, maybe not.
No, I think he is going to simply push the pawns aggressively forward because he has them more advanced. Amazing. I mean, how he found this resource is just incredible.
Okay, so rook b2. Check.
H6.
Oh yeah, h6 first. Okay. Because I wanted the king on g5, but every time we go king g5, there's rook g2 check.
Wait, this is not very obvious. I see the bar, of course. Let's step back. Let's do it slowly. So rook f5, king g4 has to be played. Maybe there's going to be king f7, but king f7, once again, rook e5 needs to be, and h6 needs to be evaluated properly. Now, there's a good guess it's going to be rook b5. Rook b5 is on the board. So
Yeah,
I guess
indeed, on
rook
the board.
e6, right? Ellen, no?
I'm
Or-
just seeing that Hikaru just returned to his board, and I was wondering how quickly he will make the move here, because he does have 37. Nope. Wait. Oh no, sorry, that was a little bit behind in time. Never mind me. So he does have 37 minutes. So I think he will take some time on this move to make sure that he calculates correctly. I would suspect that when he played bishop takes e4, he had foreseen the rook endgame, he had calculated some of it, but now since he has arrived in the rook endgame, he's just going to make sure that his calculations are correct. He's going to find some nuances, some ways that rapport could mess things up, and try to find out really what to do. And someone is commenting in the chat that rook e6, rook b2 is met by rook e5.
What about this move? I'm not sure I follow. a4? You mean position the rook here and b5? Or even b5 right away? How is this?
Is it d5?
D5? Oh, it's a pawn race. Listen, I still think that Robert is sort of in the game. Let's not bury him here because I'm looking at the position. I don't see the win immediately. I just don't see it immediately. Once again, rook e6 feels the right move. Rook e6, rook b2, and just aggressively push for the pawns. But how far exactly? Maybe f5, a4.
Something I don't like about the white position here is that it's very tough to put the king on a nice square because the rook on b2 always can give checks. It would be very nice if we could play f6, king f5, but we always have to calculate what happens on rook f2 check. But maybe f6, king f5, yeah? Yeah.
Now, wait, check.
King f5.
Here.
King e5.
Here.
Check. If you go
a3.
a3.
A3, I'm gonna collect the pawn, right? A3 check here. Now, okay, this should be winning already.
Yeah, this is winning. This is winning.
Okay, I just try to keep the other pawn somehow alive. Okay, maybe this check is necessary. I'm not sure. Maybe I try to play
a3 first,
A3.
but a3 first, rook e7, king e6. Oh, and if rook e2. Wait.
Sort of winning, but easy to make a mistake.
Yeah.
So easy to make a mistake here. Let's go back. Of course, there's still this rook e5 element which you mentioned, but rook e5 also needs to be properly calculated. Because rook e5, there's also the pawn endgame, which he already rejected.
This was why when I suggested rook e5 in this position, I quickly said no, because I don't think this is a better pawn endgame than the one we were analyzing before, unless f5 is quick enough. And no, I want to go e6, e6.
You know what this is?
Yeah. No, I do know this square.
The floating
the
square.
floating square. No, I wanted to say first. The floating square is from Dvoretsky's book. It's one of the first things that he mentions.
Wait, this is something, an application of the theoretical knowledge in an endgame. In a endgame in a practical game. F5, what a beautiful move, beautiful idea there.
I was just wondering if we had time to go e6 first instead of bringing the king.
No, you have a check. You have a check.
Yeah. No, this was what instead of before we bring the king back. So e6 now.
I like this.
Yeah, e7. Then you have.
Oh yeah. Okay.
F7.
This is also, I guess, winning.
No. Black goes b3. Black goes. But yeah, it doesn't matter if black goes b3 because we can. That was a very nice point you showed. Okay, so here, if b3, and now the point is if we just run down with the pawn to h8 and take a queen, then black actually promotes on b1 with a check, but instead we can promote on e8 first, and this is a very common, or not very common, but this is a very nice theme to know that when we promote on e8 and we force the black king to take, then we promote with a check. This is very, very important to remember. But rook e5 wasn't
this is not forced, of course, but because there's rook b2 as well. So I just want to make sure.
And he did take on e6 also.
Yeah, so they played it this. Wow. Check this out. He didn't take the pawn on b2. He played a4 to keep the king away.
Cut off, yeah.
Very nice technique.
And I see a comment saying that we hate Naka because we're rooting for Rapport. And of course, we don't hate any of the players at all. We're just trying to find ways that we can keep the game interesting and still find some nice variation where one of the sides have some fighting chances, even though the engine bar is telling us that it is dead lost.
Now, we also say a lot of nice things about Nakamura, right? We also he played such a wonderful chess so far, etc. And we also try to find ideas for Hungarian fans why Richard is fighting here. We see the bar, it's winning. Not super obvious though. Okay, f5.
And then you just want to push the pawns now, okay?
Yeah.
But here, rook f2, rook b7. a2. How's this rook endgame?
I'm just very fast forwarding where's this leading, but this leads to a losing endgame. This should be lost. With the pawn on c6, it should be lost.
Because we will win the pawn and two connected pass pawns.
Or just create a pass pawn and show the technique of the bridge at some point, if that's going to be even necessary. So once again, king h5 is a mate in one. Even if black somehow he gets to this position, even if this feels to be completely winning. And
even rook g2.
Show the technique of the. Oh wait, is it? Yeah, it should be.
Rook g2 for sure is winning.
Although there is side checks. Oh, rook g2 is winning as well. Yeah. You're right. Still, some technique is required from Hikaru. I love the move f4, really. Check. Let's once again calculate.
I think it shows, even though his position is lost, I think a4 is the kind of move that shows good technique. Because when you play a4 and you show that you cut the king off like this, it's a good thing.
There's a question in the chat, Ellen. Have we ever played against each other? We don't. We haven't, right?
No, we haven't. And I don't think we've even met in real life, even though we are clubmates. So
Right. We are the clubmates in what was this?
Crew.
Köge.
Yes.
Or how do you spell that? Kö.
Yeah, Crew is how I would say it.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to say for non-Danish people.
I was learning how to spell it because when I was in the train station, I was asking directions. Where? And somebody explained to me it's good. Okay.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. But yeah, we are clubmates, and it's actually a bit of a shame because I believe you were in Denmark not too long ago to play in our league. I just wasn't there because I was playing somewhere else. So.
No, I did play. What was it in end of January?
Yeah.
So
and I was just playing somewhere else. So.
Köge is or Kö is.
It's actually good pronunciation from you. The second one there.
Thank you. Good. All right.
Isn't Kur the end of a train line? Yeah, it is the end of a train line. Kur is a city in Denmark, but it's also the name of a chess club whose main quarters are in Kur. Okay, so yeah, still no moves, but Hikaru has plenty of time to calculate all of this.
It's got to be F or F5, F6. Looks very forcing. I mean, of course, Hikaru has the option to go back, give a check on E6, then push H6 first, something like E6.
But he just gave the check on E6, on E7, sorry.
I mean, he can return back to the idea. Return back to the idea.
Yeah, but then you always have to find out, like, the king can also go back to H7, and now H6 isn't coming with check.
That is a good point. Yeah, that is
so
a good.
If you play rook e7 and then go back to play rook e6, you know you have rushed with the move rook e7 check because your opponent has other moves there.
Yeah. So once again, here, what was it? Okay, maybe not a3. Maybe there's something else. Maybe there's something like b5.
Can we go rook e8 here to try to threaten mate?
Whoa. And the threat also is f7.
Yeah, and we're protecting the promotion square.
That's
okay, he goes rook e8 immediately. I don't know about this line for absolute sure, because even if black gave up the rook, black would have two connected pass pawns on the queen side, which could be a little bit annoying. But he went for rook e8 here. Do you think he wants to play rook a8? Nope. He blitzed out check.
So he's going to position the rook on a8. Okay.
Yeah, but I can't help but wonder why this is not quite weird technique, because the rook was on e6 and like he spent 2 moves getting to. I don't know if it makes a difference. I can't count, but
I mean, okay,
a little bit weird to me.
He at least stops the pawns because after b5, if black is going to play something like rook b3, a3, b4, rook b2, a2, b3, rook b1, this takes forever.
Mm-hmm.
So his logic is that with the pawn majority at the king side, he should be faster.
Yeah, because he has the king to help push the pawns.
Yeah. So let's say b5 probably will be played.
King f5.
Okay.
Or f5 first.
Maybe his idea is to play e4, king f5, king e6, f5, f6. Let's do it like this. Here, e4. Here, king e6, f5. Here.
But now we can play b3. Rook a3 is b2.
Yeah. That's a check.
Ah, Oh, that was nice.
Nice try, by the way.
Mm.
Nice try. B2. I take the rook. It's queen.
It's queen, but it's also still a lot of pawns for white.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I would be confident in this position.
could be a lot of pawns to move. Maybe this is his idea, that he just positioned the rook here, so the pawns are not moving. B5, E4, or probably king F5.
He went for king F5. No, he didn't. Sorry.
No, he did not yet.
Yeah.
So B4 makes no sense. I need to push those pawns. Pawn on H5 plays no role, I guess. Rook B3, E4, A3, king E6, B4 here. This is very forcing, no? This is very forcing. Once again, maybe, I'm sorry, what did I show there? A3 here, B4 here, here. And if I play a rook B2, it's going to be F6 and F7.
Yeah. Rook H8, or not even rook H8. Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah. By the way, maybe we should mention important not to take the queen on F8, because rook F8, B3 could be messy.
Yeah, that could be. That could be a problem.
Yeah, you always have to look out for those two connected pass pawns. And A2 or B2.
That's nice. There is a question in the chat why Richard is not resigning. Okay, please. Who said this? One of the great players. Maybe many of them don't get points by resigning early.
Was it Karpov?
Not sure. Maybe it was even an older quote.
It's a very, very old quote.
Very old.
No,
Maybe
it's not you resign now. I don't know. I can't remember.
I don't remember.
I know Yasser Saron has told this story a million times, but I can never seem to recall.
Yep. So you never, if you resign, that's like you're lost. So of course, Rapport always can do that. He's just seeking some practical chances, trying to make his opponent's life as difficult.
Tartakover, someone's saying.
Tartakover. Oh, okay.
That is a long time ago.
Maybe Tartakover. And then after Tartakover, somebody else said it, and that's how I know. So maybe I didn't remember it was Tartakover. Yeah, so essentially, this is what Rapport is doing. He's creating chances, making it as difficult as possible. And if you play, let's say, if Rapport will play exactly the same in game, let's say starting from this position, from here, if he would resign, he would lose let's say, out of 10 times, 10 times. But if he's playing against, let's say, okay, maybe Hikaru is going to convert it 10 times out of 10. But if he is going to play against somebody less experienced, he's going to save some games in the process, and maybe even beat somebody who is very careless. That's why he's not resigning. He's finding chances, and I'm quite amazed he already got this far.
Yeah, definitely. He's really done his best to try to mess things up a little bit and make sure that Hikaru is showing absolute great technique here.
Right. Actually, I'm really surprised, Ellen, that there's a very good chance that today we are going to have two decisive games. I never would have thought.
I actually didn't think that either. But maybe we should talk a little bit about tomorrow then, because tomorrow they are switching colors. Please do remember that in these semifinals, we are talking about a mini match between the players. So 2 games. And if it's 1-1, they will play a tiebreak game. But if one person wins with 1.5 or 2 points, then they will go into the final. So tomorrow, Hikaru will have the black pieces against Rapport. Lanier will have the white pieces against Levon. And what do you think? Because we were talking a little bit in the break, and you said you thought there might not be any tie breaks, but I'm not so sure. I actually think that tomorrow, either Richard or Lanier will win on demand with the white pieces. Chat, what do you think? Will we see any tie breaks? Will Rapport or Lanier win? Or what will happen?
Ellen, I mean, I would love to see a tiebreak, but in such a short distance, play on demand, for example, it's going to be very difficult for Rapport. Rapport to play on demand for a victory against Nakamura, although Yesipenko already once almost did it in the pool stage. He was very close. Aronian is just on fire. He's just on fire. I mean, he's not from this planet in this tournament. So just quite unbelievable. So it's going to be very, very difficult for Dominguez to beat him. And I think it's also, maybe I'm slightly exaggerating, but I think Aronian and Nakamura, don't they strike you as pretty much the two best players in the tournament?
Ooh, saying that they're exactly the two best players in the tournament, I think that's tough because we've definitely had some very, very strong players. And sometimes a lot can depend on form. And since, as you're saying, it is so short matches and not a lot of games in the pools either, I think it's very, very difficult to say for sure. Also, Wesley So, very strong, of course. We saw Hari Krishna, we saw Vidit. I don't think we can say that they're exactly the best players, though they are extremely strong. They have a lot of knockout tournament experience. Both have played in the World Cup a number of times, with Aronian winning it 2 times. So I don't think I would quite agree with that. And I think we will have some interesting and exciting chess tomorrow. If this tournament has given us anything, it is incredibly interesting chess in every single one of the rounds.
Right.
And
I could agree about Wesley. Yeah, Wesley was also one of the favorites, but I do think that Levon definitely is showing one of the best chess here.
Yeah.
So I easily can see him making the finals, although I'm absolutely sure that Dominguez is going to find some practical chances tomorrow. About Hikaru, yeah, we could argue. But I think if they're going to make it to the final, I think it's going to be deserved.
No matter who's going to make it into the finals, it's definitely deserved.
Right.
And yeah, for sure, some interesting chess. I'm not saying it will be easy to get a win on demand with the white pieces. I'm just saying that we shouldn't rule it out as a definite possibility.
Nobody's ruling it out. All right, Rook A2 is playing by Rapport. I guess his idea is instead of the A pawn, push for the B pawn. Very interesting idea. Okay, what if I can, by the way, still play King G5, try to win a tempo, or some H6. Maybe this is important. Or maybe just push forward with my plan. Let's say King E5, B4, King E6, B3. Aha, this is his idea. Here. Wait, where's his idea actually? I just take it. There's no idea. Okay, just a second. E4, Rook A2, King F5, B4, King E6, B3, F5. Here. Here. And F7.
Yeah. And Rook A1, we have Rook H8.
Or just Queen.
Oh yeah, Queen and checkmate.
Yeah. All right. Once again, Rook A2, King F5. Here, here. Maybe some intermezzo of Rook E2.
And if E5?
E5, B3.
F5?
B2.
F6.
King H7.
Rook B8.
Rook B8. A3.
F7.
And here.
You Ah, so
I just tricked you.
sneaky. This was the same thing as we saw last time. Hey, thank you for the blesses. I'm okay.
Yeah, so this can be a bit tricky. A very interesting defense from Rappert. This rook a2. I love it. Of course, the bar says black is dead. I mean, but from a practical point of view, I like it. You still need to be quite careful.
Yeah. No, definitely. That line that you were showing was
Once again here. Here. I'm not sure if that's even necessary, to be honest, but this one.
Yeah, because it seemed like that rook e2 move won some time.
Yeah, e5 and b3.
Can we take on a4?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
E5, a3. Wait.
Wait, how did this even work? Did I just ignore
I don't
hanging
know how it
pawns?
I don't know how it worked. I just convinced myself. It's working. Wait, maybe it's not even working. I just so slowly show that it's working. It's something.
I was just pushing the pawns and I was just ignoring if any of the black pawns were hanging.
Okay, let's just sit and wait. What are your favorite drinks? Like coffee, beer, tea, cider? There's a question in the Twitch chat. Ellen, what are your favorite drinks?
I love them all. I'm not much of a beer person though. If I drink beer, it has to be special beer and not taste like beer. But I drink coffee in the mornings, though I've started to drink decaf the last 3-4 weeks maybe. So I'm like on a decaf kind of thing, but I still drink decaf coffee in the morning with milk. I love myself a good cappuccino. I am drinking tea right now, and I can't say what my favorite drink is. Just drinking liquids in general. I'm a huge fan.
Drinking liquids in general. This is a quote. I just like drinking liquids in general. Unbelievable.
How about you?
I'm a coffee maniac myself. So.
Okay.
But I'm drinking tea right now. So drinking liquids in general. I'm gonna remember that.
Yeah. Okay. Hikaru is taking his time here, making sure that he is making the right moves.
Simple. Yeah, I'm sure the bar says it's something like plus 500, but I mean, you still need to be careful.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Okay. We're
Hell is drink. It kind of doesn't matter what it is. Are you sure?
We're expecting King of 5, no?
You want to check what kind of liquid you're drinking there. Chad is trolling a little. All right.
King of 5. I think he will play very soon.
All right, let me again double check it. King of 5. I already messed this line once. I think I can do it again. B4.
King E6.
Here. What was it?
You played rook e2. That was where I was messing up, but I'm not sure I should mess up.
I just convinced you there's no rook a4. Okay.
Yeah, you did a great job of convincing me.
Is there room for some tricks? No, there's no tricks now. Now there's no tricks. Check. And here. And resignation.
Oh, yeah, that's also a very nice one.
Otherwise, black.
Wait, no, I have a question. can we try? This is probably impossible, but I was wondering if we could try to make any kind of stalemates work. But I guess we cannot.
All right, I'm listening.
Well, we have a bit too many pawns, and the king on h7 is not really creating stalemates. I'm just feeling like it would be nice. It would be fun if there was a stalemate somewhere.
Yeah,
in the
but
deep
the
dark
pawn on
forest.
c6 is there, unfortunately.
Yeah, and c6 and b4 and everywhere.
Ah. I love that the chat is very positive today.
Yeah, for sure. People are having a good time.
Rook a7.
Rook a7. Not king f5. Maybe he just wants to push the king back so that whenever the pawn runs ahead, there will be f8 with check. Or he wants to push the h pawn instead. King h6.
King h6 played very quickly. Okay.
Mhm.
I guess, where's the idea? 5 f6? Where's the idea now? Okay, let's
Yeah,
try.
now f8 is with check.
Yeah,
f8 is with check.
We didn't check this line.
Mm.
Here, a3, f7, here, e5. Yeah, this also should be winning. a2, I take it. You take it.
Rook a6.
Rook a6. And the game continues. Okay, man.
No.
Not for long, of course. And somehow it's winning.
Yeah.
Well. Okay, Rook a7 is not exactly the most killing move. We sort of already figure out that King f5, King e6 is winning. This was Hikaru's original idea. Maybe he saw some ghosts, I don't know. You know, I don't want to jinx anything.
Of course not.
But Hikaru was very lucky against Yesipenko, right?
Oh, yeah, that was unfortunate for Andre.
And Hikaru kept creating chances.
Mm-hmm. He's so good at that.
Yesipenko just got confused.
Yeah.
Hikaru needs to be careful not to repeat the same this time.
That was also why I was saying I think that we will have some very interesting chess on our hands tomorrow. I really think that they will be playing some exciting stuff.
You know, sometimes Ellen, it's just like that. Imagine yourself, you're having this position. Imagine yourself Hikaru. I mean, he played a flawless game. It was the first time control finished, and you get this position. It's like, okay, that's it. This game is done. I mean, he knows he's done. His opponent is playing and playing and playing. You know, I know this from the personal experience. Sometimes it can get irritating. I mean, come on. I mean, I'm supposed to be winning this game, and no, and he keeps fighting and fighting these resources. And you know, it starts to get the best of you at some point, really. So after even Rook a2, you start to see some imaginary variations which are not there, maybe making not the best decisions. Then the win already is complex, one mistake, and that's it. You missed your victory. You know, I've done it quite a few times, actually. Your opponent is very resourceful, finding all of these ideas. And Robert is just doing absolute everything.
Yeah, I completely agree. I've tried this many times before. It's so annoying when you're sitting there and you're thinking, this is going to be over in the next hour. I can come home and I will just have time to watch my favorite TV show, maybe, finish that movie I was watching on Netflix the other night. And then, the game keeps on going and you're sitting there and you're like, why is this game still playing? I was going to eat ice cream tonight. I mean, what is going on? Now, after I eat my dinner, it will be so late that I won't have time for my ice cream. I've had this experience many times.
Quit stopping eating your ice cream. It's either, I don't know, 40 moves or 70 moves. Just eat your ice cream. Really.
No, because you need to get dinner first. And like it will take time. Either you order when you're at a tournament, or if you can do it at home, you know, it takes a long time. You have to eat, and then, you know, if you eat it quickly and not too much, then maybe you can like go with the ice cream just after your dinner. But you're not sure though. You're not sure that you can manage the two things, because then at some point it will be very late and you'll be like, nah, you know what? It's not worth it to eat it now. I would be so much happier if I ate it later.
I agree with the chat. This sounds like an experience, Ellen.
I've tried this many times.
I knew it.
Many times. I mean, it's, yeah.
Unbelievable. All right. It's a liquid, right? Ice cream.
Well, it depends on for how long you have it out of your freezer. But that is true, yeah.
All right. All right. Hikaru is a bit confused here. He's not winning the game as quickly as he thought that he's going to win it.
I'm not sure if he's confused or if he's just calculating this to the end.
You don't take so long. You don't take so long in a technical winning position.
Nah, but he's just making sure. It's only been 5 minutes.
He's making sure for too long already.
It's just been 5 minutes, and Rook A7 was 8 minutes. Okay, I will say there was some inconsistency in his play with first going Rook E7 and then going Rook E8, Rook H8 check, and Rook A8. It seemed a little bit inconsistent, but I wouldn't necessarily say that he is unsure.
All right. Oh yeah, maybe
if he goes below 10 minutes, then I will be a little bit more, yeah. But not yet.
Right. All right, let's try to calculate this once again. What was it? We already did this, right? F5?
But did we say F5 or King F5? Because I think we were...
King F5, we didn't even touch it. With a check on A7, no. We talked about King F5 here. King F5, King E6, F5, F6 seem to be winning with the Rook here. After this check, we didn't touch it, but we were trying to figure out this one.
Can you go E5 instead? No. Well,
you want to have another win. Okay, here we go. E5.
No, I was actually thinking of something funny.
Something funny? Like,
yeah, I don't know how funny it was. It was just about the pawn structure. Imagine if we, in the starting position, removed the pawn on H5 and then put the white pawns on E5 and F6. I think that looks quite aesthetically pleasing.
All right, Hikaru played something else. Rook A6.
Yeah. Okay, he just wants the pawn on C6. And if Rook C2, there's D5. Oh, and then, oh my goodness, we can create the super bathtub. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay. So
the super bathtub.
The super bathtub is an expression I just came up with. But imagine, okay, maybe it's just a pyramid. Goodness. Okay, take the king back to H6.
All
just
right.
Move, yeah, and Rook C2. No, you're ruining the bathtub.
Okay, Rook C2.
Rook C2, D5. King H7 something.
Why would I do this? Because my pawns are not moving.
Yeah, your pawns are not moving. This is my point. D6, King H6, E5. And now what we're seeing is an incredible bathtub. It's like a bigger bathtub than the original bathtub. But it like because it doesn't have a pointy end, so it's not quite a pyramid.
Okay, super bathtub. Okay, great. Okay, listen, that's a brilliant point.
Thank you.
Richard disagrees. He plays King H7.
That's a shame.
Yeah, King H7, I guess. Rook C6, B4. Super bathtub.
What I mean.
But this thing exists, right? I've heard about this, by the way, this pawn structure. It's like a bathtub. I think I read it from Dodgy on Twitter or something.
No, you gotta be kidding me.
No, I don't know.
I came up with it here on the spot. He can't just take credit. This was an original thought.
You're not. No, I read Mr. Dodgy's tweet. It was like yesterday, and he said something about the pawn structure like a bathtub.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly,
no, but the bathtub is a well-known one. It's just a
what it
super
is.
bathtub.
What is it really?
The bathtub is b5, c6, d6, e5. That's the normal bathtub structure.
Oh.
But then when you add the pawns on a4 and f4, it must become a super bathtub.
Super bathtub.
But I don't know because the pawns are in different colors. I guess that's just creative differences. But I can't really say because usually it's with your own pawns.
Listen, Ellen, with you, I just become better every day because I learned something new.
Right?
Super bathtub.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. All right. King h7 is on board. Then Hikaru is still. What did you say there? Double checking, making sure.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, let's take the pawn.
Yeah, just take
b4. Now what? Which of the?
No, but I don't know if I'm maybe going back with the rook to b6. It could be a little bit slow. Why don't we just push f5?
This makes no sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm starting to agree a little bit that he's showing a little bit.
Just look
that
at
he's
his
a little
moves.
bit
I mean,
unsure.
rook a8, rook a7, rook a6, rook b6. I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Because do you really want the c6 pawn? I get that you're 2 pawns up in the endgame, but okay.
No. You don't want to take the pawn because the pawn.
Yeah, it takes so long.
Anymore. It's the pawn race. It's the race. You have to race very quickly.
Yeah.
And come on, Hikaru, you can do this. He's clearly a bit confused, really, because you don't take for so long. You don't take the time so long. I think where's the problem? The problem is he cannot guess Robert's moves, and Robert keeps surprising him.
Well, maybe, and he goes, wait, am I confused? Or did he just repeat like one time? Because he went rook a7 check and then king h6. So he actually repeated the position one time.
Okay, f5 should win, right? Now he's going to find it. I mean, there's no way he's not going to find it.
But just this repeating of moves, like he spent 7 minutes to play rook a6, and then he spent 4 minutes just going back to a7 and allowing the same position. I think even though he's still winning, I think you're right that he's a bit confused.
What?
Wait, what is happening? Okay, rook a7 is not.
Time? Did he just repeat the most to win time? He is so concerned about the time.
Let's just say that rook a7 now is not a repetition of moves because the king started on g7.
Wait, but he has 10 minutes on the clock, right? I told you he's confused.
Yeah, no, I believe you now.
This is some brain lock. I mean, he's totally confused. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, this has something to do with the psychology. With psychology. Nothing to do with chess, really. Oh, nothing to do with chess.
Yeah.
Just a second. What is happening here? Maybe I want to go back to the f5 idea, but maybe there's something wrong with this. Of course, there's no way he's going to repeat the position. Never, ever, ever.
He can still play rook a7 here, if I'm not wrong, because the king started on g7, not h7.
Maybe he's just thinking how to get the super bathtub, really.
He's been listening.
How do I get the pawn on d6 and e5 and then press Ellen? Can we try to do something else? I don't know, king g5. Check. But even this, b4, check,
Okay, can we start to create mate threads?
Okay, e5 is on the board.
Okay, yeah, he played e5. So we were thinking a little bit about how to push the pawns. We still no, now we can't get a super bathtub anymore. Oh, we can still get a super bathtub. There's still time for d5 and d6 though.
Yeah. Okay, listen, I'm pretty sure that he's gonna say in the interview he was confused about something, and some hallucinations started to kick in. You know, I remember this interview when Grishuk said about the game against Andrei Yesipenko. He said he started to calculate variations that, you know, he would need to visit psychiatrist, because sometimes you just start to hallucinate unbelievable things. For example, like I convinced you, Ellen, about, remember this b4, b3, b2 idea. You believed me.
Yeah. I just believed you. And it wasn't before we started going through it slowly that I actually found out that it wasn't working. But this is very, very common, that you're calculating and you've been so sure that you're winning, and then suddenly you see some ghosts and you start to doubt your calculations and you have to recalculate the things 1,000 times and you end up just confusing yourself.
Yeah, he was slightly confused. Something happened there, but I think he got this. E5, I guess E6, F5. So black wants to push either B3 or A3 and relieve the rook from A2. Let's say, wait, it's still tricky, no? I mean, E6, King G7 could be a problem.
King F5 though. And then we go for Rook A7 check, no matter what you play. I'll play Rook A7.
Yeah, this is the idea, right? All right, I play B3, Rook A7, King H6, E7, and here.
King F6. No. I said no. Rook takes A4. Okay, Rook takes A4, and then I will play Rook B4. Oh my goodness. Wait a second.
The bar doesn't like it though, but it's still winning.
Okay, maybe it was just our bar that didn't like it. I think it was just our bar, because the bar on the stream is still
No, it still should be winning. E6 is on the board. I would expect, what did we calculate there? B3.
But can we try to trade the E pawn for some of our pawns and then get a winning pawn in game?
Yeah,
like you said, E7.
E7, I go here.
Rook A4.
Rook A4, Rook E7.
Rook B4.
You want to go to this again?
But can I not go King F5?
Maybe you can, I don't know.
Oh wait, you have a nice idea with B2. Oh, also this. Oh no! You tricked me. You tricked me real good.
This is a draw, by the way.
Wait, isn't the H pawn too far advanced though? Didn't we have Rook B7 check in the end there?
Listen,
then...
I'm not even sure if that line was forced. So it's just one way to show you that they're tricks. They're tricks.
There are definitely tricks, and because the pawns, they are now separated, it is getting trickier because you can't in the same way try to trade some of the pawns.
Hikaru is clearly nervous. I would be nervous because this is not as easy as you would have thought. He probably also thought, okay, I've got this. And suddenly there's this race. He keeps missing the moves of Robert. He already showed that he's not entirely sure about the technique of Rook A6, Rook A7, and the clock is ticking and you get really nervous.
Yeah,
for a human being. Just a human being, a super grandmaster, but still a human being who makes mistakes. Now, I was absolutely sure that Hikaru is going to win this. And now?
You're not sure now?
Not 100% anymore.
Maybe you should have gone for
maybe something like 99%, but
99%, and then you're saying
not
you're not sure.
Not 100. maybe 95%. You know, I'm not sure, but
Okay, 95 I can understand a little bit more.
because imagine yourself if Hikaru would be given this position from the start. Let's say he just jumps into this position, he would probably convert it easily. But there's the backstory, how he got here. And Hikaru is very critical to how he plays. He's very critical. You remember, right, Ellen, how he said in interviews, if he learns at home that he has made mistakes, he's just very harsh to himself. Oh my goodness, why did I do this? Remember the interview when he was told about missing 9b6 against Yesepenko? He was like, oh my goodness, how did I miss this? And he already knows he's been making mistakes here. He knows this right now. So this is, for him, might be uncomfortable. And still he needs to convince himself, okay, I've got this. But now this is very concrete.
Yeah.
No, this is very concrete. I don't care what the bar is saying. Sure, it's winning, but it's winning already for what? 1 hour already. Like
I also seem to recall that whenever he's streaming, you know, he can also be quite hard on himself if he makes a mistake. I would guess that he's a bit of a perfectionist, and he likes to he wants to make sure that he's doing the exact right thing.
Yeah. It's not over until it's over. Exactly. Rapport finally feels chances. He feels them because he also sees his opponent. He's a bit nervous. He's not sure. It's winning somehow winning. But how? How is it winning? How do you win this? I already gave up on calculating, Ellen. I
don't know. F5. Okay, I play F5. Yeah.
Okay, F5. F5. I'm going to give you a nice, juicy check.
Yeah, King F4.
And B2.
Oh, okay. Rook B6.
Rook B6, A3.
E7.
E7, and I'm going to play here. Oh, there's F6.
Yeah, I was thinking just F6, but A2. A2, F7, and then it's with G8. G8 is with check. Okay, but couldn't you move the rook? Actually, no. Then you're also checkmated if you move the rook to A8 or some.
I do like this one.
Okay, I take a knight and then I take a queen, and then you're getting checkmated.
With the knight, yeah, I love that.
Because I get it with check, and then there should be a checkmate somewhere. There has to be, yeah. King G7, queen, and queen B1, queen E7, king H8, queen H7 is a.
Hikaru already clearly seeing ghosts.
But it's very easy to see ghosts in these lines, and Hikaru is under 3 minutes. I mean, yep, clock indeed.
And you have to give all the credit for Rapport, who is creating these chances against anybody else. We just resign it already. King F5, by the way, is on the board.
King F5 is on the board.
Still good.
So, what will Rapport play here to get the best possible chances?
Maybe King F5 just kills it.
And people in the chat are saying King F5 was indeed the best move, actually.
All right. I mean, this is what we were suggesting already a long time ago in different variations, but
yeah, more and more difficult. And I don't know if King F5 was the only move, but if it was, then we definitely have to give Rapport credit for really making it more and more difficult for Hikaru. But as we said, we also sympathize with Hikaru's ghost seeing, probably.
Okay, let's try to play it further. A3.
Mm-hmm.
A3. E7.
Yeah. Now, how if you play rook e2? Now I take on A3, and then I take, and then is this?
Yeah, this should be winning.
Different, yeah.
Two extra pawns. So even if the h5 pawn falls something like here
Yes, he was making sure.
and here, okay, maybe maybe he got everything under control, but you gotta agree, Alan, right? He did feel a bit.
It was
confused.
wobbly. That is how I can describe how the play was. It was a little bit wobbly.
Or maybe just he just did it on purpose, make fun of everyone.
Oh,
He's like, you're building a drama. Everybody's,
paid actor.
Yeah, just
Do
enjoying
it for the
himself
stream.
and quietly laughing. You believed like I had any problems. I had no problems.
So yeah, he report with 6 minutes will definitely still try to get some chances, but how?
There's a question in the chat, do they get more time? No, there's no more time control, just 30 seconds per move.
If we play b2, it's very similar to some of the variations we've seen earlier, right?
B2?
Yeah.
Rook goes
b2,
here.
rook b6.
Oh, rook
a1.
a1.
I bet Naka didn't. Well, maybe he did think about this.
I'm sure he didn't expect this move.
And it's always so difficult when you're in time trouble and your opponent plays a move that you didn't think about. And it makes so good sense. B2, b1.
Yes, and now after e7, there's the major difference. He keeps the pawn on b3 alive.
But didn't you also do that in the other variation? No, this is exactly what we were looking at earlier, where you showed me. I played rook b4, you played rook d7. I played king e5, you played c5. Something like this, where you actually held the draw.
Yeah. Rook b6.
B6 played. Okay, so if we go
so he stops the pawn at once, man.
Yeah, that's also clever.
How do we keep the game going?
Yeah, that was actually annoying, no? So because if
okay,
we play rook
this.
e1.
Let me try this. Here, and here.
Rook b3, a2. Wait. Rook e4? No, that's still losing. But rook e4 was a close one because when you take a queen, I can start by taking on f4. But it's still losing because you have time to get the c6 pawn.
Oh, but I can even play 5. But what about this one?
No, but this is also losing.
Yeah, it's winning.
Yeah.
Maybe this is what he calculated. So rook e1. King f6, a3, takes, a2, here. And rook a1 is on the board. I would expect that Hikaru is going to respond very quickly. This is forced line.
Do you think this exact thing will happen?
Wait, but there's just no way, right? No way to avoid it.
No, not even rook e8.
King
he goes king f6.
Here. Okay, this would be a nice try, but with this rook e4. I like your idea.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe we can show what the point was. That if white takes a queen, then we can start by taking on f4. And then we can come back and give the check. But white is simply just too quick to pick up the c6 pawn and run down with the d pawn. Nothing.
Unfortunately, you cannot take and force the white king go back.
That would have been nice if we
that
could
would be
do
something.
That.
Yeah, Hikaru still wins. He wins. Not the most precise technique, but with some scare. he wins.
Mhm.
I think already.
I'm sure that he just managed to sweat just a little bit before all of this. It was a little sweat there.
Mhm. So how can you create here chances for your Robert? You have to push those pawns forward.
Yeah, but
I'm just amazed he's still in the game. Unbelievable. And this is, by the way, what I said some time ago about Robert. I'm just amazed by his defensive technique. He keeps finding those moves, and I've seen Robert defending before. He's very, very resourceful. One of the most resourceful guys. He is the new Minister of Defense. Yeah, I mean, technically it's Karyakin who calls it. Maybe Hikaru after Yesipenko's game feels like he's entitled for it as well. But Robert's defensive technique is impressive.
Yeah. And it will be nice for him going into tomorrow's game with a win. And I bet that he will feel confident, but will also be humbled because Rapport is a strong player who will do his best to make it interesting tomorrow. And if there's someone who can make a chess game interesting, it's definitely Rapport. So I just feel like for Rapport to do well tomorrow, he has to believe in himself as well.
The chat says I'm biased towards Rapport. No, I have to say something very good towards Hikaru, right? He's such an amazing creative player who never gives up, even in very difficult circumstances. Did I make it up? I'm not making it up, but did I make up for the bias?
No, we definitely don't have any bias here. We're just trying to make sure that it's interesting.
Yeah. So Richard is seeking his final chances.
But going down in time.
Yep. Last minute almost. A3 loses. He already knows it by now.
Yeah.
Nakamura, I guess, guys figure it out finally. He's going to say something very critical towards his technique in the interview.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that he'd probably do that.
But still, a win is a win. It's not like his win was ever in a real risk. I mean, at least according to Vengeance, it just was not the most flawless technique, and a lot.
And I bet he would have loved to have won the game earlier.
Yeah,
like not having to sit there for hours and hours and hours. But I like Bishop takes G6. I'm amazed. I'm so amazed about that move. That was a very nice one. Report goes Rook E4.
Another attempt to change something.
I guess F5. F5, Rook D4, E7, Rook E4.
So he's going to rely on the 3 pawns.
But because...
It's the second. How does he find his chances? Unbelievable. Here, king. 3 pawns are marching now.
Okay, but
should be winning.
When it's just the rook against the A4 and B3 pawn, the rook is far enough advanced. He goes E7 immediately. And now if you take on F4, there's King E5. Oh, he did actually take on F4. But just King E5. Okay. He'll play Rook F1.
Wait.
Why is he making it so difficult? Why?
Rook F1. Wait. Of course you couldn't promote, right? Rook F1, there's going to be a check, but King d6? Wait, I don't follow. Just a second. Yeah, rook f1.
But it's just okay. I mean, it's still winning here because the rook on b6 is controlling those pawns on a4 and b3 so amazingly. Because if a3 is ever played, the b3 pawn is hanging, and b2 can't be played because that one is also hanging. So,
okay, that's it. King d7 is the final move of the game. I think there's no chances anymore, no whatsoever. The d4 pawn doesn't allow black give any checks. King d7.
But still, just to find all of these resources, I would have gone wrong 10 times in this game already. I would have gone wrong so many times. And unfortunately, there's no rook. Well, it still doesn't work.
Yeah. This should be winning. Well, what a game.
What a game indeed. And we really have some interesting matchups for tomorrow, because sometimes you could imagine that these mini matches, someone would try to play it safe. But here, some games during this entire tournament, it's been fighting chess from the beginning, and I feel like every round we've really seen some great play. Everything from miniatures to endgames with great technique, even some small heart attacks. We found the super bathtub, and tomorrow we do have Richard Report with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura, and Lanier Dominguez will have the white pieces against Levon Aronian. Both players with the white pieces, they will be... yeah, I know what you're thinking. But both players, they will be in a must-win situation. Lanier and Rapport, they really, really have to do their best to put a lot of pressure on Nakamura and Aronian. We really hope to see you there, because Arturs and I, we will be back. Hopefully, we will see some more super bathtubs. We will see some more rook end games, and we will see some more maybe time scrambles. Who knows? There will maybe scrambled eggs. There will be so much interesting stuff, and we cannot wait while time is going down here, and Nakamura is just trying to
Rapport
win.
is still fighting, by the way.
Yeah.
Is still fighting. Unbelievable. Another resource, c5. And again, Hikaru is double checking. Just incredible.
I can just tell on your face that you're about to lose it. You're like, this has got to stop. This is enough.
So there's a room to make a mistake, by the way. E8 queen. Takes. C takes on d4. Do you stop those pawns, actually? Are you sure?
I don't think I want to answer that.
Right. And the idea of c5, d takes on c5, there's going to be a check and check and check and check and check. And after rook d6, there's going to be a take, and I promote. Unbelievable. Just incredible.
You took on c5, yeah.
Check. Wait, he is in the end training the queens, right? Rook d6, takes, b2 here, queen g6, takes. He promotes the d pawn. Is this what he calculated?
I actually saw this line when you were showing this, but I thought that the pawns promoted at the same time because you first have to move the king. Oh, but black has to take. If the king was on g7. Wait. Oh, no. It's at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same time.
So this is not what you play.
Tick tock. Last minute.
Oh, like that song?
No, it's
tick tock on the clock. Isn't that like, no.
No, this is just an expression, really.
It's also an app that young people, they use a lot these days.
20 seconds.
Keisha, thank you. Yeah.
16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. King C7 played.
King C7. So he will play rook E1 back. Also played.
Okay, King D8.
And King D6 back. Oh, Hikaru is trying to win some time because he wants to, calculate this through.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is indeed a lesson to all of you watching out there. Do not resign. Always try to find resources in the position, because even a great player like Nakamura, he had so many chances to go wrong. He is still in the driver's seat. He's been the entire way through, as we can see from the engine. But when you're sitting at the board, this is not so clear as it is when you can see the engine evaluation. Always keep on fighting. Always try to make it difficult for your opponent. Never give up, because you never know what can happen. For this, I will tell a very, very quick story. So I had to play a game in Sweden. I went all the way to Sweden it was an hour-long game. It wasn't even rated. I was playing for my chess club. It was a friendly match. I play against an opponent. I have a rook, a piece, 4, 5 pawns, maybe. And, I'm just sitting there. I'm so annoyed. My opponent isn't resigning. I'm like, Jesus, man, I just took this entire road to end up here in Sweden, and you are not resigning. Please just resign. And then I was checkmated in one move. And I was like, you know what? Screw this. I'm out.
Right.
So, yeah.
Oh,
never resign.
Keep
Keep on fighting. Yeah. That is the real lesson that we can take away from this game. I was so annoyed. I was like, but I couldn't even be annoyed.
I imagine.
Yeah. But it was like, I did it to myself. I just couldn't even be annoyed because my opponent, and I was just so annoyed, and I was so frustrated because my opponent just would not resign.
Whoa, rook b4.
He wants to take on a4. And then the rook endgame is also winning because rook a7, rook takes a4, and the king will be cut off a lot.
Yeah, wait. Robert is going to figure out something.
You're so sure the reporter will figure out something. But okay, I've literally thought 10 times this game that now it will end, but no. So yeah, you might be right, but I think this is the end. I'm calling it. This is it. This is it. I'm saying it. This is it.
I already said it like 5 times, so.
But I'm officially saying it. Officially saying it. This is it.
How do you play here? Okay.
We've asked ourselves this question in the last 2 hours.
What about king g7? But king g7, I just take the pawn here, right? King f7 here. And here. And here. Okay, that's gonna be some kind of once again, technical winning rook endgame.
Maybe Hikaru is just doing this to make us sit here for longer. Like he just wants all the screen time that he can get.
No, but I don't remember when was Hikaru so confused.
He wants, this is great for his stream, no?
Yeah, definitely. This is content.
This is great content. He loves the report keeps on fighting.
Of course.
Okay, another question though. If you were watching this game without knowing who was playing, what did you think their elo would be?
I would be
what would you
thinking
guess?
that is my game. I would be thinking that is my technique against somebody who is very, very resourceful. I would totally see me, and I would find a way to draw this in the end. So I would find it. The only way I would find it. I've done it, by the way. Everybody has done it, but. So B2, another move which Nakamura didn't expect, I bet.
Okay, but B2, you just take it, huh?
Yeah, and rook e7.
Mm. And then, because then you want to go behind the pawn. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, it takes on e7.
Oh.
No, it was a mistake. It's take on e7.
Maybe the rook fell. Take?
Yeah.
Just somehow remove this pawn on c5.
Rook a7, king b6. Yeah.
Oh, he's running out of ideas. Yeah,
but he's done it so well.
I'm not saying anything. Okay.
Yeah, and it is officially over. I mean, I thought we were going to be finished with this game 1.5 hours ago, but Report is so resourceful, just kept on coming up with ways to make it more tricky. Hikaru, just calculating it through, making sure that it worked time and again. What a day.
So he got to Hikaru, he made him confused, and Hikaru was really doing absolute best down in the last minute. What was it? At 1 point, 20 seconds. So he clearly got confused him, but still in the end, Hikaru managed to prevail and never really risking not to win the game, but it required a tremendous effort. So amazing. So congratulations to all of the Hikaru fans and of course Hikaru himself. What a game.
And we also if you're a Report fan, of course you will be a little bit sad, but just seeing how resourceful he is, that should make you at least a little bit optimistic and hopeful for tomorrow, because you know that he is a fighter and that he won't resign and that he will keep on trying. I think we are really looking forward to some great chess tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. So tomorrow the semifinals continue and Richard Rappert will try to take revenge with the white color. Again, in the semifinals, there's 2 games. Levon Aronian today won the first game against Lenier Dominguez with a crazy opening preparation, and Dominguez crumbled under the pressure. And Hikaru Nakamura, it took him slightly more than expected, but still a win is a win.
A dub is a dub. And don't forget that Valentine's Day is coming up, and whether or not we will be having tie breaks, you can still go premium on Chess24 with the code LOVECHESS for 50% off your Chess24 premium membership. And also, as shown before, we are having some exclusive banter blitzes. Yesterday, we had Mamidyarov and Liquam Liam playing in the arena tournament. And today, we have Banter Blitz with Liquam Liam. Tomorrow, Banter Blitz with Simon Williams, also known as Ginger GM. Monday, 2 times Banter Blitz, double the fun because of Valentine's Day with GM Pragnananda. I don't know how to say that. And with the World Rapid Champion, GM Arturs Neiksans.
Yep, absolutely. Don't miss that. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow. So the last thing I want to say is, of course, I hope Ellen will get a lot of liquid and still that ice cream. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.